Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the last round, round 11 of FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2021. We already have the winner in the women's section, but nothing is yet decided in the open event.
Yes, there are the women's standings, Anna, and Lei Tingxi, 8.5 out of 10. Absolutely magnificent result from her. And a point and a half clear of the next player, also from China, Xu Xiner, and they play today.
Yeah, they face each other today. Then we also have 5 players on 6.5 out of 10 who will try to fight for the prizes and for the Grand Prix spots.
Right, and we can come to that later, that's right. But there we are. Those are the top 10 boards in today's women's section. And Elizabeth Paehtz, I believe if she wins, she will get her Grandmaster norm and title.
Let's hope so.
It's a big game for her. And all the other top pairings there. Now, these are the current standings in the open section, and we see Alireza out in front by half a point, chased by 2 players, Fabiano, and he's playing today Grigori Oparin, Anna.
Yeah, that would be definitely a very interesting game of today, and also Fabiano and Grigori Oparin also have great chances to get this one of these 2 spots for the candidates. But also we have 11 players on 6.5 out of 10, and these players potentially can also qualify to the candidates. For example, Yangyi at the moment he has the best tiebreak, and if he wins, and also depending on the other results, but potentially he can also be one of the players.
That's right, and I think we'll come to some of the scenarios as well. And indeed, here we are. Look, who will qualify for the candidates? So if all the games end in draws, then Alireza, of course, goes through with Fabiano. But as you just said, Yu has a good tiebreak. If Yangyi wins, he can also get a place with Alireza. He has a better book odds. And Oparin, if he wins, he's through, isn't he? If Oparin beats Firouzja, he also gets through to the candidates.
Yeah, if Oparin wins, he's definitely there. So. And he plays with white pieces, so I think he will try to play for a win, because I think draw doesn't give him this ticket in any scenario.
Right, and of course Oparin and Fabiano could also win, in which case those 2 would go through, and Alireza would not. Various other scenarios here, Anna, if the top 2 boards are drawn, and then depending what happens on the boards below.
Yeah, many different scenarios. It's actually very difficult to calculate everything, because Buchholz is a very tricky thing, and it depends on how the players with whom you have played in the previous rounds will play their games. So during the game, the players will definitely be concentrated on their games, and they will not go to check all the other boards and how the players with whom they have played play their games. So. I believe we will have many exciting games today, and definitely very fighting games on the top board. So I am not expecting any short draws.
Those are the pairings, Anna. Indeed. Look, and Alexander Predke, for example, he's playing for candidate spot if he wins. If he can beat Fabiano Caruana with black, he obviously has a chance of getting one of those 2 places. So anyone in the 6.5 point group still theoretically has a chance, don't they?
Yes, some of them have better chances, those who have better book odds, of course. But yeah, I mean, once again, it's just impossible to calculate it all right now.
But Yangyi, we know, has a good tiebreak, for example. So
Yangyi has the best tiebreak.
The best tiebreak.
His tiebreak is quite high, and his tiebreak is even higher than like. Okay, he has the best out of those players who are on 6.5 out of 10, but I think he's also higher maybe than... I think he's just 1 point behind Caruana.
Yeah, but these tiebreaks standings can change, of course, during the course of today, can't they?
Of course.
Depending on how their opponents all do. So nothing is sure by any means, of course not. Anna, what about voting on today's games? People can still do that, vote on the results, correct?
Yeah, it's the last round, and the last reminder about voting. You can vote on the result of any game played in Grand Swiss or Women's Grand Swiss. Just go to chess.com/event, find the tournament, it's Grand Swiss or Women's Grand Swiss, then select the game you would like to vote on and predict the result. Good luck to all of you.
Absolutely. So the players are settling down, arriving at the playing hall now. And Anna, I think we'll have a very short break and then be right back, as we say, to watch the players as they settle down and catch the opening of this, the last 11th round of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. So we'll see you all in a very short time.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Yes, and welcome back, everyone. And there we see Alireza Firouzja, top board, of course, and half a point clear of the field. Only needs a half point to draw from today, guarantees him one of those two candidates' spots. So big day for him. And there, Anna, we have Fabiano on board 2, white against Alexander Predke. And Fabi also, well, will a draw be enough? It may not be.
For Fabiano, I'm not so sure. For For Alireza, as you have said, yeah, if he makes a draw, it's like almost 100% he's qualified to the candidates.
Right.
Because right at the moment his tiebreak is just the best, so there is nothing to worry about.
So we think that Oparin will try to win this game. I mean, it's the biggest game of his life, I guess.
Yeah, Oparin will try to win because Oparin's tiebreak is not that good. I think he has one of the lowest tiebreaks, so he will try to play for a win.
So, and then all those other games on 6.5 points, the players also theoretically have chances as well to get one of those two candidate spots. Also, under the Grand Prix, there's also we think 6 places, qualifying places for the Grand Prix.
In the open section and 4 for women.
Correct. And I think the Grand Prix has been announced for Berlin, 3 events in Berlin, and I think starting from February of next year. But
yeah, it will be with a new format.
Right.
With I think 24 players playing.
So lots at stake, and also a high prize money here, of course, as well.
So the games are about to start.
Technical University, Ingars Erins.
And so Yangyi on board 3, he has white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Also a very big game, of course.
And it seems like Grigori wants
He
to
put
play
his pawn
e4.
Well, maybe not.
I'll do it on my own.
Shaking
So-
hands, and the games have officially started. So welcome, round 11, and off they go.
Yeah, good luck to all the players. I can just imagine how stressful they are. And when the last round and so much on stakes. e4 on the board. Also you see Fabiano Caruana against Alexander Paehtz.
Right.
I think e4, e5, knight f3 was played in Caruana's game, and also the same scenario in Grigori Oparin's game against Alireza. So 2 Roy Lopez.
Looks like the other bishop going to b5. That's right, from Fabiano.
And Firuza went for the Berlin, but
Right.
Alexander Paehtz went for the classical Roy Lopez.
With a6 first. And there we see immediately Grigori Oparin has in fact played 4d3. Anti-Berlin, let's say.
Yeah, bishop c5.
Which suggests, Anna, that he's looking for a more complex game.
Yeah, he
Bishop
wants
takes
to keep
c6.
queens on the board. Bishop c6, d takes c6. And now there are many moves.
I wonder if
I
these
think
two have played
almost-
before, Anna. Do we know if they've played before a classical game?
Oparin against Firuza, I checked it yesterday, and I found only 2 blitz games actually played in internet, not even not even over the board.
Right.
And they were played in 2018 and 2020, and it was 1-1. One game Oparin won, and the one game was won by Alireza.
Okay. Oparin, we saw him win that really quite spectacular game yesterday with Nikita Vichugov. Very interesting game. And Nikita took chances, didn't he? He took risks, and ultimately he paid the price.
Yeah, he played some nice moves like this knight d4,
Mm.
which we saw, and then he sacrificed an exchange. But it was indeed too risky, and it didn't work out.
And Alireza, of course, won yesterday against England's David Howe. And we spent a lot of time on that game. Very sharp middle game, and it sort of began to turn around at one moment. David played a spectacular queen c6.
In the time trouble,
In
lots
his
of
own
things
time
were
trouble,
happening in the
that's
time
right.
trouble.
It was That was a big moment in the game.
Okay, here we have castle on the board. Very often white doesn't hurry to castle and sometimes even go for a long castle and start the attack on the king's side. But in this game, castle has been played and knight to d7.
Okay.
Also, bishop d6 is another possibility here. But very often in this anti-Berlin line, this knight, we see this knight regrouping.
Opponent already moved there. He played c2,
C3.
c3. Is that the
Preparing
standard move,
d4.
Anna?
Yeah, preparing d4. Many games have been played here. I think castle d4, bishop d6,
Right.
bishop g5, f6. This is what we can expect.
Okay. And how is board 2 looking at the moment?
Let's see. We have Roy Lopez on board 2. Fabiano played 6 move d3. Yeah, we have seen a lot of d3 and also a lot of games with rook e1.
Right.
So after d3, there is d6 and there is b5 as the main moves. Which one will be played?
He has just made a move. He's played d6.
D6 on the board. c3.
c3 from Fabiano. Okay, so
Castle.
fairly standard so far. Castles from black. And it looks like knight bd2.
Yeah, sometimes what starts with knight bd2, sometimes with rook e1, sometimes with h3. A lot of also transpositions possible.
Should we have a quick look also at boards 3, 4, 5, just to check the openings?
Board 3, Yangyi against Maxim. We see knight, dwarf, 6 move, h3,
With
and
h3.
met by e5.
So a very big game, of course, here for these two players. And well, Maxim, he's also in the frame still. If he can win this game with black, he also has chances, isn't he?
Sure.
So a knight off Sicilian.
Okay,
Both
after e5, almost all the knight retreats have been
possible.
tried. Yeah, knight b3, knight d2,
Knight
knight
d2 and
f3.
knight f3.
Knight b3 being the most popular, I think, by the number of games played. But I won't be surprised if we don't see knight b3 here. Board number 4. Bogdan Daniel Deak against
Right.
Andrei Yesipenko. Here we have Queen's Gambit
Two very young
declined.
players, Anna. I think they're both, I think Bogdan is maybe 20 and Andrei is 19 or something like that. Two of the younger players here.
I think Bogdan is older.
I'm not sure. Okay, well, anyway, how's the...
So we may see another Rogozin after bishop b4. We may see Slav after c6. We may see d takes c4. A lot of possibilities. Also bishop e7 is, of course, an option.
All right.
But looks like Andrei was a little bit surprised. Also
He hasn't
c5,
moved
yeah?
yet.
We have seen a couple of games
Right,
here.
we have as well, yes. All right, now who's Alexei Shirov playing? He's playing Sargissian, isn't he? He has black against Gabriel Sargissian.
Yeah, let's go to that game as well. Here we have...
Oh, right, nice. A Botvinnik variation of the Semislav.
bishop g5. So now it can be Cambridge after knight d7. There are sharp lines after h6 and when black takes on
And d takes
c4.
c4.
Also d takes c4 right here.
Alexei there just sat down, we see, wearing a tie.
Very elegantly dressed
Very
today.
elegant.
It's
Great.
the last day. It's
Sure,
like
that's nice to see. I had breakfast with Alexei.
really? What did he
And,
say?
well, he joined Peter Doggers, also here from Chess.com. He was there as well. Alexei joined us. And,
How was his mood?
He was
what
in a
did
good
he
mood,
say?
actually. Yeah, he was talking about his game yesterday.
Oh yeah, what did he say? Crazy
how-
game yesterday.
Yeah, apparently there was a... Look, he's taken on c4 there. Look, he's
So
really
but
going
winning.
into the super sharp lines. with D
So
takes C4.
we are expecting e4, b5, e5, h6, and all this crazy stuff.
There was a sharp way that he could have achieved a draw much easier, apparently yesterday, allowing allowing black to queen.
Really?
I didn't check. Peter pointed it out that the engine had shown. Alexei said he saw it, but then he sort of got a bit confused, and he was a bit short of time, and chose a different.
Maybe he wanted us to check
Different
his
line.
game a little bit longer, a little bit more.
And e4 there from Gabriel, e3 4. This
Um,
game promises to be really exciting, doesn't it?
This one will be sharp. And it already indicates that both of the players are actually ready for some short play.
And b5 there from Alexei.
So e4, b5, as we expected. Between variation being
That's
popular
right.
for quite many years.
And after e5, black plays h6 and saves the piece.
This g5, yeah, takes, takes,
All kind of
97.
amazing lines possible.
And all is just starting here. Even not here, even like 10 moves later, all is just starting because it's a long, very long and very sharp
e5
line.
there we see from Gabriel. Somehow we also even got onto the topic of the World Championship matches between Alyekin and Maxova, actually, over breakfast. Alexei was wondering, I think in the rematch, which Alekhine won quite easily, that they still played some games after the result was known, that they still played another 4 or 5 games.
Nowadays we don't play,
Really?
yeah? Nowadays if it's already over, then okay. Players, you can relax, thanks.
I think contractually, I suppose, they were obliged to keep playing games even though Alekhine had already won the match. Actually, Kasparov and Nigel Short, they also played some extra games. Okay, and I think, Anna, we're going to move across to Peter himself, Peter Doggers, and he has something to show us. Pete?
Just something very quickly was actually that Shirov could have played yesterday. He did draw the game, and he told us that he actually saw this idea before in his calculations, but he then forgot about it. I'm just showing it because it's quite pretty. In this position, it's tough for white, and he managed to draw it like 20 moves later, but he could have forced it immediately by taking on f6 here. If black takes, you take with check on a6. So the move, of course, is king f7. Black thinks, now I'm winning because you're allowing me to queen, right? But no, absolutely a stunning move. Bishop to e5, e1 queen, king b2, and black is helpless against perpetual. This bishop is amazingly strong. Queen of 6 will be next, but all kinds of other checks are in the air. And the engine actually says it's completely equal because black cannot escape all these checks. So that would have been a very nice way to end the game a bit quicker for Alexei yesterday. Back to Anand's too.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter Doggers there. And what a fantastic line, huh? But you can understand Alexei with 2 minutes or so on his clock. He told us that he saw the line, and then he just, he wasn't quite, let's say, brave enough, or he slightly forgot that he'd seen it under time pressure there, and chose a different way to play. So, yeah, so they have here, as we've said, the Botvinnik system. G5, knight takes G5.
And Alexei left the board, so yeah, of course, a takes G5 will be played quickly. But maybe let's also check the other games, especially also on 6.5 out of 10. So,
Right.
for example, Anton Guihara against Sam Savian. Oh, what an unusual opening. E3 and
E3
A6.
and A6, goodness me. Well,
So as I understand, the idea is that after C4, black wants to take,
and then
play
B5.
B5,
A kind of Queen's Gambit accepted.
maybe then bishop B7, but I am not actually so sure if bishop E2 and then followed by
A quick A4.
quick A4, yeah.
Hmm.
Maybe actually after C4, black is going to play one more waiting move is
Of course, he could also,
E6.
yes. Interesting. E3, A6. Not at all a common position. Very unusual, but it could transpose to something. We'll see how white reacts.
Okay, E3 is considered to be a bit passive approach. Yeah, you're blocking your own bishop, but also quite a solid one. Yeah, you have a flexible pawn structure.
And A6 from black.
Yeah, E6.
Good.
And also David Howell.
Right, he's playing Vincent Keimer, I believe.
Let's
The
see
young
what's happening
German
there.
player.
Here we have Reti with bishop g4 and c4.
David as white here. I think Vincent has won his last 3 games.
Oh, really?
Really hitting form here.
We saw Vincent's interview
We did.
the day before. He was quite happy about his win.
David, of course, disappointed with his loss yesterday, but he knows he's still playing here for a lot today.
Yeah, we told him yesterday during dinner that he should still fight.
So let's see how he copes. He's picked the Reti opening.
He has already played, yeah, in some
sort
games
of
starting with knight
anti-
f3, g3.
Yeah, avoiding any big theoretical debate.
Yeah, we also saw his game against Yesipenko,
That's
where
right, with them.
b6 was played in this
Absolutely.
position, but c6 is a more popular approach. So bishop g4, c4. Yeah, now I think e6
E6.
may be played, but
D
also
takes
many-
C4, I think, is possible, Anna, as well, isn't it?
yeah, d takes c4 is possible as well, of course.
And then maybe the knight E5, or possibly moves like knight A3. I'm not sure. There's some gambits there. So Ali Reza, we remind you, is on top board. He has 7.5 points. He's out in front, half a point clear of 2 players. Gregory Oparin, whom he's playing today, and Fabiano Caruana. And there we see Ali Reza.
Yeah, let's go back to Alireza's game. What happened after c3, castle, yeah, d4, bishop d6, bishop g5, f6, bishop h4. This is seen quite often lately. All this idea to bring the bishop to g3, then knight d2, knight c4.
Okay.
I'm actually a bit surprised Alireza went for the Berlin. Of course, it's a solid opening, but I think he doesn't have that many game in the
And I think he's
Berlin.
maybe played this line as white rather than black. 2 or 3 times, I believe, he's played this. There we are.
Queen
Queen. We
E8.
almost touched his knight first there. Queen E8.
Yeah, I think it's the main move in this position.
Queen D8 to E8. And so you're surprised, Anna, by his choice of opening?
I'm not like very surprised, but let's say if I had to guess, I think maybe I would have said that I would expect Sicilian or Caracan
Or
more.
well, we've seen several Caracans, haven't we, here from him?
Yeah, it's his main opening. I think he has played already a lot of games there. But he lost in Caracan to Fabiano.
He did.
So sometimes you're quite affected
Or superstitious.
or
even.
superstitious. Yeah.
Knight B
Knight
D2,
B to
it
D2,
looks
yeah.
like. Developing move, of course. Keeping the E4 pawn supported.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some b6 move.
What does black do with his queen's bishop, Anna?
Sorry?
With black's queen's bishop, how does black develop his queen's bishop?
Oh, okay, I'm expecting b6. And then the bishop goes to b7 or a6.
Okay.
a5 is also possible.
Right.
I think it will be a lone maneuvering game. But it's actually quite logical, because if you go for a sharp line and your opponent is prepared, then it's just either a forced draw or you have to deviate, and then you end up even in a worse position. So playing something like that from white side when you need a win is yeah, quite logical opening choice.
Right, okay. So maybe b6, you're saying, Anna, to solve the problem of the developments of this bishop on c8. The knight will stay on d7.
Let's check what... it's already move number 21.
Goodness me, how many moves they've played here. That's
21.
incredible.
And they just blitzed them.
Unbelievable.
So rook e1, bishop f8, knight f1, h6, knight g3, b5, bishop b3, a5, a4, b4,
All blitzed out.
h3, takes, bishop e6, d5 played.
Rook b5,
Oh,
look at that.
this is nice.
Rook b5 takes and c4. Nice little trick there.
Queen d6, a takes b5, and knight d4. And the players, they just don't spend time. They just blitz it.
Is this a known position, Anna, do you think? Are they following
no idea.
other top games?
I mean, I didn't know about this idea, rook b5, c4, so I don't even know when, like which move was new here.
But
Okay, up to here, it's still more or less.
sure, more or less normal. Okay.
Normal, but then all these complications with starting with d5 and then followed by
Rook
rook
b5. Look at that move
c4.
again. Rook b5. Rook takes b5. c4. Queen has to move, and then a takes b5.
Yes, maybe we can ask our production team to help us to check which move was new.
So queen went to d6.
So queen d6, a takes b5,
A takes b5.
and
Knight to d4. And now Fabiana is thinking.
So if white takes on e5,
All right, let's have a quick look. What would happen?
black can take on h3. Black can first take on c2 and then take on h3.
And then the knight is pinned.
Black
Yes.
can take on... Wait, if black takes on c4... It's a bit risky, but maybe it's possible. Well, maybe bishop h3.
Why not bishop takes h3? Looks fine.
If bishop f4.
Okay. Well, maybe at some point...
Queen b4.
No, knight takes c2 to... so the white rook on e1 will be undefended.
I don't want to, you know, to trade this knight for the bishop unless it's really forced.
Necessary.
I don't know. What about queen b4?
Right, yeah. Yeah, looks good. Looks like a good move.
Somehow it looks like Fabiano is not that happy of
You think so?
of what he achieved out of the opening. Maybe he wanted to surprise his opponent, but it looks like Alexander came really well prepared.
What about if white starts with, let's say, bishop b2, a move like that?
And if I take and queen b4, you will be forced to go rook b1.
All right, if knight takes f3, check. Knight f3, queen b4, rook b1.
Then I don't know, maybe bishop e5 is a threat, so I thought about queen d2.
All right, just one option here. This is if Fabi were to play bishop b2 in the game position. Black has a very powerful knight on d4. What about, and if knight takes knight, Anna? If white just were to trade?
Queen, or not. If queen d4, bishop e3.
Maybe e takes.
Maybe it takes d4.
And then
And then maybe queen
queen
f3,
f3 to
threatening.
play bishop f4.
Yeah,
Ah.
bishop f4 and bishop h6.
Bishop h6 might be an idea, yes.
So we have two ideas, like bishop f4 and bishop h6. Maybe we're missing bishop g4.
Bishop g4 perhaps
So
is a trick.
yeah, this doesn't work.
White could start with bishop d2.
Maybe knight e4, knight e4, rook e4, then bishop f4.
Or bishop d2 to attack the a pawn. Interesting. Anyway, so with Fabi there thinking what to do. Maybe he's prepared this far, but no further than this. Or he's weighing up different options.
What a shame! Only 20 moves.
So you see the logo on his shirt there, Anna? Looks like a scooter. Or
Scooter delivery.
nice, yeah.
I don't know. It's the first time I see this logo on his shirt.
That is the current position after knight c6 to d4 from Alexander Paehtz. Board 2 game. And Fabiano has 7 points out of 10, and his opponent Alexander has 6.5. So Fabiano would like to, of course he'd like to win it. He'd like to try and win, but he's not going to go crazy, because a draw may in fact still be enough.
Yeah, Fabiano had a very solid tournament. No losses. +4.
All right, so we switched on Anna to another game of the top ones.
This one between Yangyi and Vashier. So knight b3 was chosen.
Right.
Bishop e6, bishop e3, bishop e7, f4. Bishop f4, knight c6, and queen e2. Yeah, even I played it with white.
Have you played this line for white? Really?
Yeah, a couple of times.
This position?
Yeah.
And how did you do?
Well,
Were you successful?
I didn't have that many games here, but yeah, with h3, I won some games. Won a couple of games. And
But from the position we see now?
from the position we see now, I don't remember if I had this one exactly in Vikanze when I played against a local player, the game which I won. Then there was one game which I lost to Caruana Lagno in Rapid.
Okay.
So yeah, it's double-edged.
Queen e2, of course, white will castle queenside.
Yeah, white is preparing long castle. Then all these plans with g4, g5, knight d5. Black can try to go for knight d7, knight d5.
We saw Yangyi, didn't we,
B5.
on the before the round started, going over to talk to the two Chinese ladies
Who are playing on
who
the
are
top
playing
board.
on top board in the women's event. So I'm sure they were wishing him luck as well. Maxime has
D7.
played a move. Is it knight fd7? Knight
Yeah,
d7?
knight d7. Trying to bring the knight to e5.
That's right. So, yep, probably castles from white. And then knight d7 to e5.
I think something like 7-8 years ago, this line was extremely popular, but then people stopped playing it, and now we see it again.
There we see.
So castle, knight e5, I guess.
Definitely Maxime's favorite opening. Or knight c e5
c5
against
another, yeah,
d4,
but
the knight of Sicilian.
there is also knight e5, but also knight c5.
And we think Maxime has had this position before in a rapid game against Peter Lecker.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had it more than once.
More than once.
Because Maxime has, I don't know, 1,000 already games in neither.
Or maybe
So we
it
may
was
expect
slightly
some,
different to this, we're not sure. But
yeah, can be 1 or knight d4 or g4.
well, clearly it's going to be a very sharp game, and Yu Yangyi, having missed perhaps an opportunity to win yesterday against Alexei. Although Alexei stood better, didn't he, as well in that game
Yeah,
earlier?
in the beginning, I think he wasn't so happy. I mean, Yangyi wasn't so happy about his position. Also in the middle game, he was in troubles. But then in the end, yeah, his chances to win. I think we couldn't find the defense for Alexei in some of the lines. So I believe that maybe his position was winning actually in the end. And after all, it was a draw.
Finally a draw. So. Yeah, maybe a fair result at the end of the day, because they've certainly both had chances at different times. And Alexei playing, as we saw earlier, he's playing this very sharp Botvinnik, defending this sharp line of the semi-Slav. We'll have a look at that game, maybe, Anna?
Okay, maybe first this one, board number 4, Deak against Yesipenko. What happened? Knight to d7 was played. Bishop f4 takes e3, bishop d6, and bishop g5.
Okay.
A bit unusual, yeah. Maybe we'll also see bishop e7. So white spent a tempo, and black may also.
Black could try knight b6 as well here.
Knight b6, black has to be careful with e4, e5.
e4, e5, right.
I mean, after e4, black can still go bishop e7.
I see David Hull, though, walking around on camera there. A big game, of course, for him as well today against Vincent Keimer from Germany.
And here we have Alexei's game. Still
very
theoretical.
classical, isn't it? And here I believe Anna White has to move rook b1 if he wants.
What was the game?
But this is old theory, isn't it?
Yeah, it's move 15, but we still have hundreds of games here.
That's right. Knight f4, of course, is a move, but I think rook b1 as well.
I don't remember who introduced this rook b1 idea.
Probably
But
Alexei. It might have been Alexei with white.
No,
Or-
I
or
think it was
Ivanchuk.
earlier. I think it was earlier.
Was it earlier? Yeah. But back in the
So-
1980s, this was very popular, all these lines.
So these two moves are the most popular in this position. Knight a4 and rook b1.
And then white tries to play with a3 often. But Alexei, a big expert in these systems.
Yeah, he's played lots of games in Botvinnik variation.
Have you played this line for white or black?
No. I played something, well, I can't say similar, but after bishop g5, I went for this h6 first, and
And now
then
sacrifice,
takes
right?
and
Yes.
g5.
And bishop g3.
So yeah, bishop g3 and then different moves. This position I had with black pieces.
But these lines are associated with the name of Mikhail Botvinnik, world champion, of course. I think back in the 1940s, Anna, he was analyzing these systems.
I mean, it's a bit crazy to analyze it with the when you don't have engines and when
Imagine,
you have to
yeah.
to find all these moves by yourself.
That reminds me of the of another line of the Sicilian. Well, this is not Sicilian, but the Pologievsky Sicilian defense. I was going to say, with Russian Grandmaster Lev Pologievsky spending weeks, months, and years of his life trying to make this system work. And at least in one of his books, he goes into great detail about all his efforts to keep the line alive and various matches, candidates matches, and so on, where he was sticking to his guns, being loyal to his and the opening, the defense which bears his name. But nowadays you put an engine on, and it says play this,
But
play
it's
this.
still,
It's still playable, is it?
He wasn't the first one who introduced this opening and this line, but he was the one who really put a lot of effort and who developed the line, like I would say, to new heights and new
heights,
levels
absolutely.
and new
A
understanding.
long time before, of course, chess
Ruby
engines
one
came
played,
along.
by the way.
He's played Ruby 1. Oh,
He's
great,
played
lovely.
Ruby 1. Lovely.
And
Wonderful.
I saw a note that this may have been played around about 1981, we think, for the first time. We're not sure. Brilliant. Anna, maybe a good time to have a quick break. and lots of exciting chess to come back to, and also have to keep an eye on the women's games as well, the top ladies games.
So a short break and we'll...
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on Chess.com. Try one out today.
One of the first things to note about this position is that the white king on h1
Yes, and welcome back. I'm Stuart Conquest, with me Anna Muzychuk, and we're here on day 11, the final day of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And we're following the top games, of course, and there we are, Anna, some scenarios for what will happen as regards the qualifying places for the candidates.
So as you know, there are 7 possible scenarios, and completely different people may actually qualify for the candidates. So if all games end in a draw, then Firouzja and Caruana will be through. If all games are drawn and you wins, you has a really great tiebreak, then of course Firouzja and you will take these candidate spots. If Oparin wins and Caruana draw, then Oparin and Firouzja. If Oparin and Caruana win, then Oparin and Caruana, and there are 3.
Another
three
ones as
other
well,
ones,
look at
yeah.
that, you know.
So if boards 1 and 2 draw and White wins the rest of the game, then Firouzja and Caruana. If boards 1 and 2 draw, Black wins on the other games, then Firouzja and Oparin. And if Firouzja and Paehtz wins and board from 3 to 7 all draws, then Firouzja and Paehtz. But well, it's I believe
And
really
probably
very
other
difficult.
scenarios. I mean, because these tiebreaks, Anna,
calculate.
can change during the course of today's rounds, can't they?
Of course, yeah.
Depending on how the results go. So those are the pairings anyway, and all games in progress, as we would expect there. Top 10.
So you have Alireza Firouzja, 7.5 out of 10. 2 players on 7 out of 10. They are Grigorian Parin and Fabiano Caruana, followed by 11 players on 6.5 out of 10.
That's right.
And out of them, Yangyi has the best tiebreak. Actually, right at the moment, his tiebreak is better even than Caruana's tiebreak.
Right, interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah, this is a game. Also, they're playing for, as we mentioned earlier, Grand Prix places, as well as prize money, of course. This is a very sharp but theoretical line in Alexei Shirov's game. He has black here against Sargissian. And he did, in fact, Gabriel played this Rook B1 move, Anna.
Yeah, he played Rook B1, and we got updates that it was Ullmann who played it for the first time.
Right, East German grandmaster.
Many years ago.
Interesting. Rook B1, and then
Queen
A6.
A6. D takes E6, Bishop takes G2, and E7.
So we think Alexei has had this position something like 18 or 19 times in his career. So
and he mainly played it from black side.
From the black side.
Maybe he even tried it with white, but I remember many of his games.
Fire on boards.
Fire on
I'm
board.
sure that book has. I think that book has a whole chapter on just on this variation. Now I think of it, the first volume, and all his lengthy analysis and game after game, trying to establish the truth of this crazy variation. So it'll be very interesting to see how this game develops. Bishop takes F1 there.
And nobody there.
No one at the board, look at that. Wow. We ought to also just have a quick look, Anna, at the women's games, although we know that we have a clear winner already in that section.
Yeah, in this game, I think we can expect Queen D5 or King F1 or maybe some new move. But I think Queen D5 and King F1 are the main ones in this position. And let's take a look at some of the women's games. This is the top board, Zhu Junior against Paehtz GM. It was Roy Lopez with Bishop C5 without B5.
A line we've seen a lot, Bishop C5.
But it's a bit different because after Bishop C5 there's additional option, like after C3, B5 to go Bishop C2.
Right.
So D5, a very sharp line. D4, this I played myself with white. D takes E4, knight B to D2. Just a second, knight B to D2 is the move. I don't actually remember. I myself play E5.
Knight takes E5 here.
Yeah,
Okay.
knight takes E5. Okay, knight D2, it takes F3, Queen F3.
Queen takes.
Bishop D6. Queen takes, Bishop D7, Queen F3, it takes E4. Ah, okay, I remember. Yeah, there were some games like that. And knight E4 played.
Right, and this is the position at the moment. So we already have a winner, as we've said many times now. Lei Tingji has already won the tournament. She's qualified for the candidates. And Lei Tingji actually, sorry, her opponent, Zhu Xin, she scored a GM nom yesterday, didn't she, by winning her game against Leila.
Who scored a GM norm
who already
earlier.
had the nom. And we should also keep an eye on Lizzie Paetz's game, because she is playing, we believe, for the GM title today, if she were to win.
Lizzie is playing board number 3 against Bibisara Sobaiva, who also scored a GM norm yesterday. Here is their game.
There we see them on camera.
So it's kind of a Grunfeld. This we have seen
Okay,
even
yes,
in
yes.
this tournament. H3, A5, D5, knight B4. I think even, well, something similar happened in the game of Bibisara a few rounds ago against Nana Zagnidze, but there with the queens on the board were actually white played queen c2 earlier. So bishop f1, knight c5, bishop e3 was the last move played.
Last move played, all right.
This is the current position.
Okay.
Bibisara having a great tournament here.
Yes.
GM norm, and I think she's gaining like around 30 points in this tournament.
Yeah, exceptionally good result from her. And Lizzie also has played a really good tournament, but she would dearly love to win today, the last round, if she can. So plenty to play for.
Lizzie has spent much more time than her opponent. Basically, Bibisara, she just played all these moves relatively fast. Yeah, she spent only 6 minutes to get here. And maybe...
And how is Anna, how's your sister Maria doing? Who's she playing today?
She's playing against Harika, so it's quite a serious match.
There we see Maria on the left. And which opening did they choose? 4 knights?
4 knights with d4, bishop b4, takes, bishop d3, d5, e takes d5, castle, castle, bishop g4, modern line. And knight e2 is not the main move here. Usually f3 was played. C takes d5, c4, and I see Harika spent quite a lot of time on her move rook e8, but it's quite a logical one. Queen c2, h6, and now Maria spent a lot of time to play h3.
Okay. And this is the current position. By the way, Anna, I can see from the smaller board on our screen that Fabiano did play bishop b2 in his game.
Okay, maybe let's switch to the open section, and Fabiano
against Alexander Predke.
It's board 3 for us. So here, yeah, bishop b2 has been played.
All right, one of the moves we discussed.
So will we see knight f3 and queen b4?
Yeah, good question. If knight takes f3, queen takes f3, queen b4 is met by rook b1. So that's one possibility. Is knight takes e5 a threat now, or rook takes e5? It probably is.
I think knight takes e5 is, yeah, it's a threat now.
So which other options would black have?
This bishop b2 may be a new move for Alexander, because all the moves up to knight d4, he simply blitzed them. And this was the first time when Caruana started thinking, and he spent like 28 minutes to play bishop
Just
b2.
on that move, goodness me, it's a long time.
He spent 5 seconds to get this move. But of course, yeah, guys, and when you're commentating, it's just an easy thing to do. You may go back if something goes wrong, but the players, they don't have this option. And
Bishop b2. Let's have a look again then, Anna. So if knight takes f3 check, of course black doesn't need to play queen b4 here, but it does force white's rook to... Because after rook b1, the queen has to move again. You said maybe queen d2 after that.
White's pawn structure is better, yeah? So black has to be careful that this a5 pawn doesn't become weak. Also, e5 is a target. If black plays something like knight d7, then I think just knight e4
Knight
and
e4 or
white's
knight
position is
f5.
better, yeah?
It looks quite nice for white, I agree.
So maybe we need to be fast with...
Rook b1 looks like the only move.
Now bishop e5 is a threat.
I think so, yes, right. So what could black do? Queen c... Just we have a look at queen d2, your move.
I'm not so sure about queen d2, but maybe it's okay. If queen d1,
Right, and white could just trade. Just trade queens. And some advantage, you think, for white?
maybe black can trade and push e4. If that works, black will solve its problems. So let's say take, and e4. If bishop f6, we have e takes d3.
Right.
Because it's very important to somehow break this chain. That's how I feel it.
Does white have to play queen d1 after queen d2?
No, it's just one of the suggestions. But I thought that if, let's say, takes, and black doesn't play e4, then white plays bishop a3, rook a1, and starts asking questions about this a5 pawn.
Yes. Okay. Also, bishop takes d1, I suppose, is possible instead. Looks a bit odd. So that e4 maybe doesn't work anymore. Because the bishop takes f6. But then what, rook d8, do you think?
I'm also thinking about knight d7 and knight c5.
Right. Yeah, because rook d8, white could then play bishop c2 and e4 still doesn't work. Because the bishop takes f6. There we see Alexander Paehtz. It seems like a long time ago, and it was, when he played that fantastic queen sacrifice, didn't he?
Yeah, in round 2 or 3. A wonderful game.
In the white side of a King's Indian. After black played knight to g4. But, well, there he is on board one, board 2 in the last round. Playing Fabiano. Anything happening in Ali Reza's game, Anna, on board 1? Since we last saw?
Something must be happening there.
Well, but I mean, any moves have we missed?
Okay, a5. We are one of the most I suggested. b6 or a5. Queen to c2. Queen f7. So there will be no
Knight c4.
knight c4.
Okay.
Bishop g3, a typical move in this position, and a4. b3.
Right.
So that's where we are. So what we may expect here?
So white wants to play knight c4, I suppose.
Maybe knight c4, yeah, sometimes c4.
Is a move like b5 too weakening for black
Yeah,
here?
I'm also thinking about b5. b5, if you can.
I'm thinking of David Howell's game against Ali Reza yesterday. Of course, a completely different position, but he also played like this on the queen side. What would happen after b5, do you think? Take some space.
I'm thinking about c4.
C3, c4, yes.
Also, nobody is there, yeah? Oh, okay.
Alireza there comes
Alireza
back
again.
to his game. And the last move played, Anna, in this game was
B3.
B2, B3. So, looks like knight c4 is White's next move.
Okay, maybe also B6.
And
If knight c4, then bishop a6. If c4, we may think about c5. But usually black goes for b5 in these setups.
Right. Okay. Of course, he can't play knight b6 because the e5 pawn then would be short of one defender. And so we're thinking about b6 or b5 here. And if knight c4 after b6, Anna, as you say, then bishop a6 is the
Maybe
idea.
possible.
Okay.
Fabiano is checking.
How about Alexei Shirov in that Botvinnik variation of the semi-Slav?
Here we have, yeah, bishop d5, queen d5, sorry, was played.
Was played.
Bishop e7 was also played.
And White takes back on e7.
Yeah, White is going
Just
to
now,
take.
look, there we are. F takes e7. Black to play.
I'm curious if Alexei had games in this position
From
before.
here. I think he may have done.
Bishop
Looks like
d3,
he's
yeah.
instantly moving there, Alexei, so still well within his knowledge. Bishop f1 to d3.
It's move number 20, but a long theoretical line.
In fact, I'm seeing that he even played this line last month, Anna, at the Spanish team championships.
Exactly this position?
I believe so.
Wonderful. Against whom?
Against, I think, Kusubov, Yuri Kusubov. So, simply following his own game. Bishop f1 to d3. White's to play, just leaving that rook on. I mean, it's impossible to, unless one knows these variations and has already studied them.
So
You couldn't find any of these moves,
yeah.
really.
Should White take?
If check on a8, black has knight b8, very important. And lots of pieces hanging here. Knight on c3, rook on b1, rook on d8.
Yeah, you can't play it without preparation.
No, exactly.
And especially if your opponent is prepared and you are not.
So he's an absolute specialist in this whole variation, Alexei Shirov. I wonder if he expected to get this today. I wonder if it was part of his preparations, if he looked at any of these lines this morning. And if Gabriel has come to the game with a certain idea in mind, a certain plot twist, as you said yesterday. Any new ideas to improve on Alexei's existing games in this variation? I mean, surely Gabriel has, since Alexei even played this last month, Gabriel must have looked at those games and have something in mind.
Yeah, quite often such sharp variations are actually all analyzed until more or less a draw.
Until the first time control, sometimes. We see new moves after move 40 occasionally. in sort of extreme cases.
So maybe some knight e4 here.
It may be that he's playing this for the first time, this whole Botvinnik variation, Gabriel.
Could be. I actually don't know. I remember many Alexei's game, but I don't remember
That would be
Gabriel's
amazing. I mean, to play this for the first time in one's life against Alexei, of all people, who's sort of perhaps the biggest expert in history on this whole system. Knight to e4, has that been played?
No, nothing
not
has
yet.
been played, so we are here. Even the rook hasn't been taken. Maybe even knight e4 here immediately.
It's hard not to take a rook with check, isn't it, with a pawn like that? I mean,
But white has this option of taking the rook, no, like instead of queen d5. But I remember that queen d5 is one of the main moves. So takes, bishop d3, and this is the position. So now we have taken the rook, we have knight e4.
okay. Well, maybe we'll just have to wait and come back to this game because it's so
It's so crazy.
crazy, and Alexei clearly within his comfort zone, I would say. I mean, playing all this quickly.
Yeah, maybe let's check Anton's game. What happened there after a6? Bishop d3 was played, bishop g4, c4, takes a. There's
That's
actually
a bit
exactly the
strange, huh?
same position with the pawn on a7.
That's very odd that white lost the tempo there.
So e6, castle, c5, d takes c5. White is trying to go for an endgame.
No, that's not very ambitious, I don't think at all from white. Big surprise to me that he played bishop d3 there, just losing a tempo voluntarily.
But let's say in this position, if not to go into the endgame, then what to suggest? Black will take on d4. Otherwise. So d takes c5 if black takes, and taken on c5 back.
All right.
Should be okay for black.
Sure.
It's like Queen's Gambit accepted
Well, that's right. With I think with an extra move almost,
with the bishop on g4.
which is fine. Yeah. Well, not the most exciting game so far, is it, for us to look at? But we'll keep an eye on it. We will see what happens here.
And David
Howell
Howell. Okay, we have
against Vincent Kema from
So
Germany. He
e6
played the
was
Reti
played?
opening.
e6 takes bishop f3, then
Very solid for black.
c takes d5. It's actually very important because after
That's not a good move, is it? Queen f4 check, and oh dear, that does win a piece. Bishop on g4 drops.
sometimes black takes also with the e pawn.
Right.
Knight c6, and it looks like exchange Slav,
That's right.
where black traded the last square bishop for the knight, which is actually quite okay. So bishop e7, e3 castle, bishop d2, knight a5. I could even expect some maneuver like knight e6, which is quite typical for this position,
Right.
rook c8. But knight a5 and b3.
Okay. Keep the knight out from c4.
Yeah, on the other hand, weakening this square, so for example, after rook c8, rook c1 may be the problem. There may be the problem with bishop a3.
Okay.
Yeah, but
So,
also very
even position at the moment.
calm.
And David has used more time than his opponent.
No
And
surprise.
you won't be surprised to see that. But a long way to go, of course.
And one more game between the players who are on 6.5 points. This is the game where we saw bishop d6, bishop g5. Now h6 has been played, a6, c5. Also kind of Queen's Gambit accepted, but this time with the isolated pawn on d4. Knight on d7 is a bit misplayed, yeah?
Yes.
We would prefer to have it on c6, then on b4, and then on d5. But we can still get it.
He can play knight b6.
Try to
that's
get
right.
it to d5. I'm also expecting to see bishop e7 at some moment, maybe. Maybe
Okay.
even now, maybe after castle. Or, okay, b6, bishop b7 is also
Sure,
typical
just
setup.
developing, yeah. Okay, this game can, of course, catch fire in isolated queen's pawn positions. Plenty of active chances for the white player here. So we see how the game develops. And also we invite questions, I think. We'll try to maybe have some questions from viewers if we have time to take the most interesting questions. And, of course, keep up to date with all the action. We're going to have a quick break, Anna.
Okay, and then we, I think, come back to Alireza's game and Fabiana's game.
That's right.
These are
And
very
fighting for 2 spots in the candidates. So we'll see you all
Want
in
to play
just
chess
a couple.
online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
The World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them.
What do you say?
Go. Yeah.
And welcome back, everyone. It's the last round of FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2021. I'm here with Grandmaster Stuart Conquest, and we are commentating on the last round of this tournament. So let us remind you about the possible scenarios.
Right, absolutely, very important. Who will qualify for the candidates? Indeed, well, if all the games end in draws, or the top games that is, then Furusha and Caruana go through. Alireza with half-point advantage, of course, over Fabiano. If all games are drawn and Yu wins, then you can actually qualify with Furusha ahead of Fabiano. His book odds at the moment is better than Fabiano's. Oparin can, of course, qualify. If he wins and Fabiano draws, then those two... Sorry, Oparin will go through with Furusha. And also, Oparin can qualify with Caruana if they both win. And Anna, there's other possibilities as well, of course.
Yeah, there are also many other possibilities, but once again, it's quite difficult to calculate all these possibilities because it depends not only on the results of the top boards, but also on the results of the players with whom the players who are going to qualify has played.
Right.
So it's really very complicated.
So, yeah. So this is the top board game, Anna. We see that Alireza took on d4, in fact. So he didn't play b5 or b6. He played e6, d4.
He took quite some time before taking on d4. Then bishop d6 was played. C takes d6. And the question, will white take with the pawn or with the knight? Knight d4.
He's played knight takes d4.
Actually, c
He
takes
played it quickly,
d4
didn't he?
is also possible, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. Both look fine. So knight takes d4. So potentially the d6 pawn can become a weakness. Now
Yeah, if white brings like the rook to d1,
rook to
followed
d1,
by
that's right.
knight
Knight
c4.
c4. So black to play. Still, he has to develop his c8 bishop. White may wish to play f2, f4 Anna as well. Now he's moved his knight. No? Do you think? Move f4?
Yeah, that's possible. No, maybe knight c5 here.
Right. That looks very sensible. Knight c5. And, well, maybe f4.
We can think about f5 after f4.
Okay. Yeah.
Another possibility is knight b6 preparing d5, I think. That also makes sense. And once again, after f4, now we have two options, d5 and f5. Also, knight b6 stops the knight to c4.
Knight c4. There's Alexei.
Oh, updates in
Shirov.
Alexei's game. So maybe let's see what's happening there.
They're just blitzing out their moves, Anna.
Are they going to repeat the moves?
King,
Oh yeah, draw.
Black's
Draw
king
agreed.
coming to b5, really?
I would say it's actually a bit surprising from
And
the
the
white
handshake.
side.
A handshake, look.
Handshake.
Now,
and
did
draw
that...
agreed.
Was Alexei following his own game from last month? I think possibly he was. From a matter of weeks ago, in fact, in the Spanish top division team championship. And look,
Maybe they were asked to make all
maybe they hadn't made 30 moves. Anna.
30 moves, yeah. So that the arbiters don't have to check if it's a repetition. But I also think they have repeated more than 3 times.
And there we have confirmation. 2 kings in the middle of the board. The game is over and yeah, it's a draw.
I would say Alexei had a really good tournament with many fighting games, some excellent wins.
Yes.
I think he should be quite happy about his result.
Oh, I'm
and,
sure he is. Yeah, and he'll win a good prize here. He also, maybe Anna has options, I'm not sure, for a Grand Prix place. That may come down to the question of tiebreak, I don't know.
Yeah, right at the moment his tiebreak is quite high. Before this round, he was third among players who were on 6.5 out of 10. So, yeah, great result, I would say.
Very good result. I liked his earlier, was it in round 1 or 2 where he sacrificed a knight in the Sicilian?
Yeah, 95.
95, that's right.
Wonderful sacrifice
was
in
a
the
great game.
Sicilian.
He's fought hard and...
Also, his win over Ivan Saric was
that's right.
black pieces.
So +3, I think, for him. Yeah, very good result. And he also, as we've said before, Anna, he was the last player to take up a place in this event. Just the day before the tournament started, I think, he was asked if he wanted to take that place, and indeed he did. And he's had a good tournament, good result for him. So well done. Riga, born and bred, Alexei.
His hometown.
His hometown, that's right. His hometown. And there's Alireza yet to move. Let's also quickly say, Anna, talking of Riga, that it is today the birthday of Aaron Nimzovich, and who was also born here in Riga, Latvia, of course. So he died quite young. I think he was only 48 when he died. 1935 or so, I think.
Yeah, I know that he died when he was young, but I don't know at which.
I think he was just 48 years old, I believe. In Copenhagen, he died. But anyway, a very important figure in chess history and in the developments of the game and the modern game.
And the opening.
And
Nimzo
the
Indian
his
was
name is
named
still,
after.
that's right, Nimzo Indian and some other variations as well. And of course he wrote a couple of classic chess books. So his birthday today as well. Right, so Alireza to move here. He hasn't moved yet.
Yeah, I think we may expect knight b6 in this game. Let's maybe check Fabiano's game, if there are updates. No, there are no.
Bishop b2,
Bishop
the
b2
last
the
move
last move, and
played.
I think Alexander has been thinking for more than half an hour already, or nearly half an hour.
It's a bit surprising, isn't it, really? Because
okay, it's one of the critical points, and it's already move number 22 actually. So he may afford doing that. He blitzed all the moves up to knight d4, and he started thinking only after bishop
only
b2.
after bishop
So
b2.
I would say amazing opening preparation, especially considering the fact that the last book move, like according to the theory, was so long ago.
Right.
So yeah, great preparation by Alexander.
Was this move rook b5 already known, this idea of rook b5 and c4 that we saw earlier, this little tactic?
It seems like no. But both of the players played it very quickly.
Very
like
fast, yeah.
Rook b5 and also the the following moves.
All right, so...
okay, so we spoke about, knight f3 and bishop b4 idea,
right.
queen b4 idea.
And what can we say about Alexander Paehtz also, Anna? Because although he's been up among the leaders, hasn't he, more or less, from the early rounds. And a very strong player. I mean, he's 2.668 rating, we can see there. For me, I mean, I hardly knew his name before this event, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But...
okay, he's relatively young.
Relatively young, right.
We have had a couple of interviews with him here, where he talked about his games and how he feels here in Riga.
But, well, one of the biggest games also for him in his career, I'm sure. Or the biggest. To have a chance still, if he wins, of getting to the candidates. But, okay, we'll come back to this game, of course.
Any updates in Anton's game? Oh, there are, queen d1 has been played, rook d1, bishop c5, a3, Castle before bishop e7 and bishop b2.
All right, so far it's a very quiet start to the game.
Yeah, though I think that black has quite a good
Black has
position.
a nice safe position for black. So I think Sam Sevian here, who has black, he'll be quite satisfied. And a5 just played there, Anna, looks like.
Yeah, a5 with b5, I think we are bringing the knight to d7 and then to c5 or b6.
Right.
If not, then a good question is how white is going to protect on b4.
Right.
I'm expecting a draw in this game.
Okay. And
The
there's
position
also
looks pretty level at the moment.
what about Bogdan Deák? He's playing against. Before that, we have now Milan. Over to you for our first interview of the day.
Yes, we do. The final day at the Grand Swiss, and the first interview of the day is with Grandmaster Alexei Shirov. Finished your game with Shirov-Sargissian, and it was a draw in the Slav defense, a line you're very familiar with. How was it for you to play this game?
Well, okay. You know, there a lot can be talked about botwinic variation, and since I still play it, it's hard for me to reveal any secrets, although there are practically no secrets in that variation anymore. But all I can say is that, okay, white has some opportunities maybe to try for a win in those lines, but always, if he really tries, it's involved with some risks. So my opponent went for a very, I would say, safe continuation, if you can say these words about continuation that involves the sacrifice of two rooks. So it was clear that my opponent did not mind to make a draw in this game. And okay, when you are black, normally you don't mind it either. I mean, you on this level, if you are black, you can start thinking about win only round, move 20-30 if something happens before. But so I'm fine with my result and with my game.
So when you're an expert in a line and you're fully familiar with it, and you've played so many games in that line, how difficult is it not to rush during the game, during those opening moves, and always keep an eye out?
Well, first of all, I mean, he didn't rush either, so okay, what can I say? I mean, so actually I was walking around looking at other games because the position I was familiar with, and then okay, there are some places where you can choose at least, so at least you have to think, I mean, what might expect you in every line that you choose.
So the tournament is now over for you, 11 rounds. When you look back at the 11 games, what are the highlights? Which were the most interesting games for you personally?
Well, I don't think I can highlight any games because I cannot be really satisfied with the level of my play. For example, starting from round 6, I was mostly on defensive side. The only exception was yesterday when I was clearly better, but still the position was too complicated for me and time was also running, and then I just misplayed everything and should probably have lost. So at the end I had to be happy to draw, although if you look at the position I had around move 25-30, of course I would not be happy with the draw. But what I want to say is from round 6 to round 11, this was the only opportunity where I could really think about winning the game. So that means that actually my level is below that level on the higher part of the tournament, so I can be happy that I didn't lose any game at the end. And from first part, when I unexpectedly became one of the leaders, well, okay, this sacrifice of the exchange against Artur Nations in the endgame was very interesting, but I still haven't checked it with the computer, so I don't know how strong it was. But when I sacrificed the exchange, my feeling was that it was involving certain risks, but at the same time, I thought that if I don't do it, then I should probably just repeat the position. So, okay, so that was, yeah. Okay, the game from second round was quite interesting too. I mean, I sacrificed the piece, then it was full of mutual mistakes, but at least it was an interesting game. So, okay, all together I can be satisfied, of course, with my performance. I won some ratings, but okay, it's now I have to wait until the tournament is over to see if I'm qualified for FIDE Grand Prix or not. So
Well, let me ask you just about that. You were one of the leaders in this tournament here, and you stand serious chances to qualify for the FIDE Grand Prix. If you do, you will be one
Well,
of the...
first of all, about the FIDE Grand Prix, I only learned yesterday, shortly before pairings. So that says something about FIDE communication, right?
Yes.
So better we don't talk more about that, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
and
which I think is totally abnormal. I mean, all those rounds, I think, okay, I only have chances, let's say, to be in top 2, which I thought was a bit unrealistic, or I simply want to have, okay, good performance. So I thought I'm only playing for one of those two things. And about FIDE Grand Prix, suddenly yesterday during the dinner, my teammate David Anton just told me this, but he himself only learned it maybe 2 days before. So, okay, so this is FIDE communication. Okay,
well, good of you to mention. I'm sure FIDE will and should take note. And if you go to the Grand Prix and altogether looking at this tournament as well, you're one of the most...
I don't talk about ifs. I mean, if I'm qualified for Grand Prix, I can answer that question. Before, it makes no sense.
Okay, but overall we can conclude that this was a good, enjoyable tournament for you.
Well, okay. No, I don't think there was anything to enjoy, but at least I'm happy with my result.
Okay, well, at least you're happy with something. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Milan, and Alexei Shirov there, who indeed drew his game and undefeated Anna in this tournament, and 7 points out of 11. So, well, I mean, a very good performance from him. Let's be fair.
Yeah, and so let's wait if he will get one of these Grand Prix spots.
Right. Okay, there we see Alireza with the black pieces, and we could just check in on that position, Anna, please, to see if we've missed anything.
He took on b3 instead. I'm not sure about this 8x b3 because it feels like black has a bit more space here, and black can take at any point.
Right.
So that's why I didn't want... But maybe Alireza wanted to simplify the position to trade one pawn and one pair of rook. And
right, which
he's about to make his next move and d5. Okay, maybe he just wants to simplify everything and...
He's played d5, has he?
And make a draw.
Very concrete move.
What's the difference if he played d5 immediately without taking?
Swapping, yeah. Good question.
Just now to keep pressure and...
A very good question. Maybe something like a move like rook a d1 to keep these rooks on.
Yeah, but then we get the open file.
Yeah, but how much value that is for black, I don't know. Maybe he felt that white could move his rook away. Or e takes d5 followed by rook a d1.
Okay, anyway, he decided to take d5.
How many ticks? And white to play. So basically black is saying, okay, you have the a file, but it's not really of any immediate advantage to white to have those squares.
Maybe we can expect e takes d5, queen d5, and let's say knight to c4.
Okay.
Yeah, but the position is quite equal.
Seems to be. Seems to be, yes.
So maybe Alireza was right with his all these decisions to simplify, starting with e takes d4.
Yeah, okay, well, we assume that he wouldn't have anything against a draw, Anna, Alireza?
Yeah, if he draws this game, then it's like almost 100% he will qualify to the candidates. Right. And I think it's the most important thing for him right at the moment. Not the rating points and
That's right.
anything.
Well, I think with the draw, I mean, no, with the draw, he's definitely got a candidate's place.
By the way, yesterday I checked the live ratings, and he jumped to world number 4 once again.
Back
he
up
surpassed,
to fourth,
back
after
up
winning
to
his game yesterday.
Surpassing Jan Nepomniachtchi. But I think he doesn't care about it so much as about qualifying to the candidates.
Absolutely, yeah.
He would be ready to be world number 5, even world number 6 or 7, but just give me the right to play this tournament.
Absolutely. Well, that's right. Yeah, and only 18 years old, so huge achievement for him. And well, so far we think he's doing fine.
Yeah.
Sort of a level position, and he has simplified here. He's swapped the rooks and he's played d5. Now, how is Maxime doing against Yu Yangyi? I was going to ask you, Anna. In this night-off, this could be one of the sharper games of the day among the top players.
So we saw king e1, rook c8, now queen a3, yeah, very logically, because rook c3 was a positional threat of exchange
Well,
sacrifice.
look, Maxime, they're about to make a move, it seems.
Castle, g4, rook e8, knight d4, queen a5, a3, b5, knight f5.
So Maxime to play. He absolutely has to win, Anna, doesn't he, to have a chance of getting one of those 2 candidate spots, I would say.
But also Yu Yangyi will try to play for a win, so
Right.
they are both playing for a win. And eventually end in a draw, as it usually happens when both players play for a win. Well, of course, it's too far from a draw here, but sometimes that happens.
So knight f5, so the d6 pawn is under attack. But that may not be the most important thing. Let's see how Maxime plays.
It's always the question if it's good to take on f5 or not. Very often it's not good to take on f5 because then we completely lose the control over the d5 square, and also after e takes f5.
b4 he's played, is he?
Oh, it's not weak anymore, so b4 played.
Right.
And it's getting really sharp.
Very sharp indeed. If h6 b4, queen will take back.
Queen takes back.
And defending d6, by the way. And, well, many things can happen here.
I like this game.
You like this game?
I like this game.
Yeah.
I like this position. I like this game.
I wonder what white should play there. Maybe rook d4. Very complex. Which suits both players, doesn't it, as you say?
Maxime has a lot of experience in all these structures, and he really feels these positions very well.
They must have played many, many times, these two.
Yu Yangyi and Maxime, you mean?
I imagine, yeah.
No, I don't think that many.
No?
No, not that many, and I don't remember any games in the last few years. Because I think Yu Yangyi, he didn't play any of these online events.
Right.
Maxime did. I remember that at the World Cup 2018 or 19, I think Maxime won against Yu Yangyi in I don't know which round, but he won.
So he hasn't taken on b4 yet, has he?
No, he hasn't done anything. But after b4, maybe he's considering to take on e7 and knight d5 or knight d5 immediately.
Is it possible knight d5 immediately? Yes, maybe it is. Could be, actually. He could play this way.
So bishop takes d5, rook d5, queen to a4.
Right. And then if b3, queen takes a3.
Not so sure about all
No.
that.
Bit strange with black's queen on a3 there. Might lose it.
It could be trapped if there was
trapped.
no queen on e3. Yeah, we could
Bishop
have
coming to
bishop
c1, that's
bishop
right.
to c1, but we don't have it.
maybe safe would be queen c7 instead of queen a4.
Queen c7. Yeah, why not? Threaten queen c2 and b takes a3. Yeah, I completely missed queen to c7.
Queen c7, and then
Then I don't know. Then I like black's position.
I wonder what's going on. Yeah. Well, white defends c2, rook h2 maybe.
And black takes.
And then either queen takes a3 or maybe b2 to b3, I don't know. Sharp stuff.
Okay, this will be a very interesting game. Maybe let's check how Fabiano.
Right.
This
Oh,
almost
the queen
played.
came to d2.
Queen came to d2. We are happy to see queen on d2.
Right. We're happy to see it.
We are happy to see it. Yeah.
Because we had it on d2 already.
We had it on d2 already. We are happy to see it again.
Some time ago. So, of course, the bishop on c2 is attacked. Anna, we discussed queen d1, didn't we, here?
Yes, we spoke about queen d1 and all this idea that if queen d1, rook d1, maybe e4. What else? If queen to e2, is it more or less the same? Queen takes, e4. I think it's good for black. I mean,
Let's have a look. Queen e2,
takes, and e4.
e4.
Bishop f6, it takes d3.
Yeah, of course, white doesn't have to take on f6.
Oh, then I take. If
I
you
know you
don't take, I take.
And what do we think? The white is white has no advantage here, really. It's, it doesn't look like anything. Is there any way white can keep the queens on after queen d2, as well as these moves, exchanging queens? What else?
Bishop a4 looks strange. Bishop d1 looks strange.
Strange. Rook c1 also looks strange.
Rook c1 looks maybe less strange. But if I start pushing the pawn, a4, a3.
Yeah. Rook c1, you could play a4. And if bishop takes e5? Oh no, I can't. Sorry, I can't. Of course I can't. Sorry, the bishop defends the rook. Of course I can't. Maybe knight f1 would be a possibility. Rook c1, a4, knight f1.
Queen a5.
Right.
Or even queen b4. With rook on c1.
It does look a bit strange, rook c1. So maybe you're right, Anna. Maybe white should offer an exchange of queens here. What did you think about queen d1, queen takes d1, bishop takes d1?
I think we stopped analyzing after bishop d1. We spoke about knight d7, yeah, this move, or...
Right. Sure, okay, could happen. Knight
What
d7.
about bishop b4? Bishop e5, bishop c4?
Okay. Yeah, bishop b4.
Bishop f6, bishop d3? Rook b3 check.
Both players have more or less used exactly the same amount of time to reach this position. Yeah, well, black has nice active pieces, actually. Doesn't look bad at all.
Yeah, I'm preparing knight d7, knight c5, and once again e4 may be possible, rook d8.
It doesn't look at all bad for black. But the problem, and as you said before, if rook takes d1, then there was the possibility of e4 for black.
Yeah, with the bishop on c2, we have the opportunity to take on d3 after bishop f6.
Right.
So the bishop is
the point.
attacked. It was not possible with the bishop on d1.
That's right.
Okay, this looks very good. Yeah, we take on f6 on the next move, and then bishop b4.
Very pleasant for black. Absolutely. Okay. So Fabiana to play after Alexander's queen to d2, queen b4, rook b1, and queen d2. Annoying white a bit, really, just by attacking the c2 bishop.
Yeah, so this is the current position.
Yeah. And Alexander getting up from the board. So which other games should we do? David, how could we maybe just quickly check on David?
I found this game at Deak against Yasipenko.
Okay.
Yeah, a few moves have been played, castle, castle, and queen to c7. He decided to unpin this way.
Right.
Bishop b3, but queen on c7, you know, after rook c1, the queen has to move somewhere again.
I like white's game here.
I preferred some bishop e7, or can I play b6? After d5, I have e5.
Right, okay, but yeah, maybe he wasn't happy with that.
Or knight b6, then bishop e7.
And can we check on David's game, please, Anna, just quickly, and then we'll have a break, I think. And not a great deal happening.
Actually, he managed to push a3, then queen b1, preparing rook to c1. He may try to use this bishop pair advantage. Of course, the position is quite closed, and it's not that easy.
Right.
But yeah, there are lines from the Catalan here when white gets a bishop pair and also the symmetrical pawn structure. And well, it's not a dead draw.
No, of course not. And it could be a long game, in fact.
David's style, 8 hours at least.
Good. All right, thanks, Anna, for that. So we'll be right back in a couple of very short minutes with all the action, especially, of course, the top games from the Open. So we'll see you in...
the new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before. Welcome, welcome everyone. This is the Speed Chess Championship finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen. It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor. Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
Yes, and welcome back. And the Speed Chess Championship starting tomorrow, Anna, Monday, November the 8th. And first matchup, Giri against Duda. Any predictions?
No, I don't know what to expect in this match. I know that Duda is, of course, a very good blitz player, a very good online blitz player, but, well, Giri is also very strong.
Chess.com Speed Chess Championships with, I believe, $100,000 prize fund there. So lots to look forward to, and as we say, that first matchup tomorrow. Meanwhile, here in Riga, Latvia, we have Fabiano here. He hasn't moved yet. Queen d2 came from Alexander Predka, and Fabi to play. Lots at stake.
So he has been thinking like for already 20 minutes or so. Another important decision.
We've been looking at maybe Queen d1 or possibly Queen e2. But we'll have to wait. Now, Alireza Firouzja on top board. He's playing Grigory Oparin. And that is the current position.
Yeah, and he has a clear plan to trade everything.
Right.
Everything he sees.
So we saw after d5, Anna, the last position, and a few more exchanges.
Yeah, takes, queen takes d5, knight c4, knight e5.
Right.
Quite a safe position for
Very
black.
safe from black, I agree. I agree. And yeah, if Alireza draws, if he were to draw this game, that guarantees him a place in the candidates.
Very likely.
No, well, I think he's a half a point ahead already. That would give him 8 points.
Yeah, sure.
So he would get that guarantees him a candidate's place. And at the very least, a share of first here in the tournament. So you can see why he's happy to play solidly, exchange, trade some pieces, and what could white try? What about a move like knight e3, Anna?
Yeah, that's possible. Trying to keep more pieces on the board, but already many of them have been traded. So maybe just queen
f7,
back to
for
f7.
example.
There is absolutely no weakness.
No weakness, that's right. And yeah, black has a safe position, and the pawn structure is the same on both sides. Both kings are safe, of course. White has this open A file, but what does one do with it? I mean, there's not really anything. Any advantage from having that?
Maybe there is a plan to push this pawn to b4 and then somehow to try to get a better knight over the bishop, but still, yeah, quite difficult to improve the position.
Okay. So at the moment, we think Alireza is on course to get one of the two candidates' places, and then Fabiano is sort of the next favorite, I suppose. Also, Yangyi, if he were to beat Maxime in that sharp Najdorf game, then Yangyi would have also very good chances to get that second place.
Let's check if we have any moves. No, we don't. So before the last move we saw.
But would you see Maxim on his own at the board there? Has Yangyi not made a move?
Good question. Oh no, now we got some updates. So knight e7, rook e7, 8x before, queen b4, and queen d4 played.
Oh, right, queen d4. All right.
Yeah, also I spoke about this match at the FIDE World Cup 2019, and actually Maxim beat Yangyi with a score of 4-2, and it was the third place match.
Right. In 2019 that was. Okay. Queen d4. So black does have these weak pawns on d6 and a6 as well. So white has, for what it's worth, the bishop pair. So he's saying, okay, happy to swap queens and try to hit those weaknesses. And of course white's king would then be safe once the queens are exchanged.
Yeah, white will definitely be happy to trade the queens, because then the king is safe and all these weaknesses and bishop pair. And black would try to keep the queens on the board. But how to do that?
That's right, yeah. I mean, if, for example, queen a5, then maybe just queen takes d6. Is it possible? I wonder.
It's a bit dangerous.
It is a bit dangerous, yeah.
Queen d6, rook c3. We may check it.
And then, Anna, if b takes c3, and what's happening then?
Yeah, b takes c3 should be played.
Does black have something here?
And black has something here.
Something. Something, but what?
Okay, many ideas like queen a2 and knight f3 is threatening checkmate.
Oh, Maxim's played a move there, Anna. Look, he's just played a
What
move.
did he do?
I'm not sure. Let's see if
Queen a5.
Ah, he's played queen
He did
a5.
play.
There you go. Right. So, yeah, we understand why he's not happy to exchange queens. Queen a5. Black keeps his attacking options and prepared to sacrifice the d6 pawn, of course.
And if we try something safer for white, like knight d5.
Right. Maybe just rook e8, drop the rook back. Or do you think black should take immediately?
I'm considering both options, so I don't know. It's not easy to say no immediately what should be played.
Maybe rook e8. And yeah, this could certainly happen.
A very unclear position.
Very unclear. Not sure if black threatens anything at the moment. Maybe even bishop d2, Anna. If white wants to try to
Bring the bishop to c3, or you
Right.
just want to.
well, just ask the queen where she's going, you know. Another move would be, I was going to say rook h2, but then knight f3 is a problem, so not rook h2.
Bishop d2 is quite logical.
There we have a view of the playing hall, and I can see David Howell on the right. Sat at his board. There's David.
It seems like Yuri Krivoruchko ended his game against Levon Aronian,
Right.
and it seems to be a draw.
Okay. Yeah, there may be some other results as well, Anna, that have happened already. Some draws, perhaps. But anyway, certainly Levon's game there is over, look, and we think he's drawn.
Yeah, not so many, just 3 more draws. All the other games are still in progress. So Levon Aronian, I think he expected, he wanted to have a better tournament. Though in the end he won yesterday, he won the day before yesterday, so I think these 2 wins improved his mood. But yet he didn't fight for the candidate spot.
No, that's true. Yeah.
I think he came here to actually try to get one of the tickets, but
of course, yeah.
He lost a couple of games and then he was not in.
Queen D1, it looks like Fabiana who's played, Anna, in his game.
See.
Queen F3 D1, which we also spoke about. Playing all our moves. Just a bit slower than us. Back to play.
Okay, black doesn't really have options. I think black has to take.
I mean, it would be very strange, wouldn't it, to play a move like Queen G5?
And my sister, I think, also.
Oh, that game was
made
also over. A draw there between Maria and Harika, both 2. And how do you think Maria feels about this tournament, about her results here? Fairly
difficult
satisfied?
to say. I don't know. Well, she's not disappointed. Of course, she wanted to win and to guarantee her spot by winning this tournament. On the other hand, I think her chances to get to the candidates by the rating spot increased after this event.
Right.
So
Okay. So that's good for her. Yes, I was just saying, Anna, is there any argument at all in favor of a move from black, such as Queen G5, keeping the queens on? It looks, well.
But do we need to keep the queens on the board?
Just wondering if Alexander is trying to win this position. Maybe he could consider such a move.
It's a bit strange. I mean, it feels strange to bring the queen there. Maybe Queen E1 attacking on A5 and E5.
E5, right.
So after Queen E1, maybe you have Bishop B4. Okay, Bishop C3 in the worst case. No, I think black should take.
Take on D1, right. Okay.
We've got a message that Lei is playing some interesting game.
Lei Tingji.
Yeah, Lei Tingji on the top board.
All right.
So
there we see the 2 Chinese players in the women's section on board 1.
Let's check what's happening there. So this is the top board. In the women's event, King on F8. Why so? So knight E4, takes, bishop E6. I'm not sure if black should take on E4. Bishop G5.
Yes.
Good move. Queen to C8, C takes D4. The problem is that black cannot castle.
Because of checkmate, that's right.
So H6, bishop D2, C6. Rook to C1, queen D7. Yeah, and black had to do something with the king. So king F8, bishop B3, takes, rook E8.
Just shows the checkmate, Anna, if black had castled instead of playing king F8, so everyone can follow. If castles, of course, at any point.
Then of course queen H7.
Queen
Don't
H7
miss that.
Is checkmate. That's why she's put her king on F8.
And rook to E8, she's ready to sacrifice 2 pawns. I mean, after queen E8 and all these trades, she wants to play king D7.
And rook takes.
And maybe rook C8, trying to bring the rook to C2.
Right.
If bishop C3, she has B4.
All right.
Yeah, quite logical decision.
Maybe psychologically for her as well, and not the easiest game to play because, well, one, because she's playing her compatriot, and two, she's already won the tournament. She's got the candidates place. She's won first prize, so she's played a perfect event. Of course, she doesn't want to lose today, but it'll be interesting to see how she manages. And Elizabeth, I think, is doing quite well. Elizabeth Paehtz, playing for a GM norm and even title, we think.
Oh, she's winning. She's a pawn up. And it looks absolutely winning. With the pawn on c6.
Right, yeah. She does indeed seem to be doing very well. Something went wrong for black.
Yeah, some moves ago. Okay, it's already
Difficult.
already looks better for white. b4 takes, knight a4, and b5. Could black stop b5? Probably not.
Difficult, sir.
Yeah, knight d5. It's not possible. Yeah,
No.
we take.
Okay, so what happened?
So maybe
Knight simply winning a
6
pawn.
rook d7. No, it takes f6 and knight g5 played.
Check.
Lizzie is close.
Yeah.
Close to her GM norm. And maybe it's the last one.
I think it may well be the last one, yeah. And her opponent already made her GM norm yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we
Actually,
can
I
see
don't think she knew, actually. I heard that Bibisara didn't know that she was playing for the GM norm. So it came as a real surprise and a very welcome surprise, of course.
I feel that Lizzie is a bit nervous. And I am sure Lizzie knows that if she wins, she's getting the norm.
So,
also, if she wins, she can be a second or third.
right.
It's a very
yeah.
important game for her.
No, she's had a very good tournament. And, well, she described it as the tournament of her life, didn't she, in an interview that she gave some rounds ago now. But she lost one game, didn't she?
To my sister.
Yeah, to your sister, to Maria, that's right. But she's doing very well here and every chance of winning this game.
Maybe let's just check one more game in the women's section. It's Olga Bedelka against Daisy Corey.
Right.
Daisy is also on 6.5 out of 10. And so she's
She had an
also
amazing
fighting for
sequence
high
of
prizes.
5 consecutive wins, I believe, Daisy, having lost her first 3. And how are they doing here, Anna?
Although it looks like white's position is much more pleasant. All these weaknesses on c4 and b3, the knight can come there. And then just
Right.
f3.
Is this the current position?
Yeah, it's the current position. I really prefer
White.
white here. So I don't know, maybe just
Maybe
knight.
black should take the knight off with a bishop.
But it's white to
Oh, it's
move.
white's move, I'm sorry.
It's also white to move.
It's also white's move. Well then, yeah, knight c4.
So threatening f3. Suddenly the knight is trapped.
Oh, it's very awkward for black. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Very, very difficult.
And also time isn't on her side.
No. Okay.
Okay. So let's refresh. No updates in the game of Fabiana Caruana. So Queen D1 was the last move. Alexander is still thinking.
Okay. And how about Alireza?
Alireza, let's take a look. Knight e5 and knight b6 was played.
Knight
Queen to
b6.
d8 and knight c8, queen to c8. Well, but this
Right.
is just very drawish.
Very
Not
drawish.
winnish, but
Not
drawish.
winnish.
Not winnish at all.
Well, I mean, I think Alireza has done what he set out to do. He's neutralized any white advantage, and he's played safe, he's played solidly, and traded some pieces. and he shouldn't really have too much to fear from this position.
And Maxim's game.
Right, he played Queen A5.
And that's it.
And that's it? You, Yangyi, hasn't moved yet? Queen B4
no.
to A5. We looked at
Nothing
a
has
little
been
bit. We
played.
looked quickly at knight D5.
We also check Queen D6.
We sort of looked at Queen D6 and Rook C3. We weren't sure there what was happening. Maybe a different move. Maybe Bishop D2 immediately, but then knight
Knight
F3.
F3, I guess.
Knight D5 looks safe, doesn't it? Looks a natural move.
I think Bishop D2 loses on the spot. Wait, maybe not.
No, but I agree. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look good at all. No. So knight D5.
I mean, just Knight F3 and Rook C3.
Sure.
There is, of course, Queen A4, but okay. It's another story.
What do you think he'll do here?
I don't know if he finds something after Queen D6. Rook C3. Maybe he takes on E7. Can he?
Well, I don't know.
Takes looks very dangerous. Moreover, Queen A8, it's not a checkmate.
It's not
so
checkmate,
even
right,
Queen
so
A2, Queen A1, Queen...
Hmm.
No, then White will be checkmated somehow, yeah? This, and maybe just taken on B2.
Or even Bishop B3 here, or something like that.
Or Bishop B3 here.
Highly dangerous.
Well, it's, yeah. Shouldn't work.
Possibly B takes C3 here,
But
though.
B takes C3 also looks very dangerous.
Okay. Let's have one more look at it, though. If B takes C3, what would black play? Just Rook E8? Or something sharper?
So if you give a check, and then Knight F3, there is Queen to B4, right?
Right. Also, Queen B8 check is possible, isn't it?
Queen B8, Knight F8, and then Queen.
And then the Queen comes
And then
back.
just Rook D8, yeah. So yeah, this is a checkmate. But
Right.
if not...
and I don't
this
think
is still a checkmate.
oh, it's still checkmate. Very nice. Check. That's nice. Check and mate. Very nice.
So Knight F3 doesn't work. If first check, King D2, Knight F3, then the king runs away to E3.
It looks rather good for white to me. At this point.
And if we play Rook E8 with the idea of Rook B8,
Sure. Yeah, Rook E8, yeah.
I don't like it so much for white. I would prefer it to be black. Queen D6 has been played.
He's played Queen D6. Wow.
Fearless man.
Brave man. Fearless. Absolutely fearless. Queen takes D6. He had safer options. We thought about Knight D5, but he's really testing Maxim here.
I think he's testing his nerves.
Or testing. And Maxim takes his player ID off there.
Okay, what are we missing? If Rook C3, what else can be played?
Well, let's go back to B takes C3 Rook E8. I don't think we just started looking at it, didn't we, really?
But that's where we want to end
B takes
the analysis, because it looks too good for black.
You think it's clearly good? Let's see it. B takes C3 and Rook E8. Now, what could white do here? What could white play? King c1 maybe already to get off the b file?
But do you like it for white?
Well,
King c1, at least queen to c3.
No, I'm not sure I do like it.
Okay, after rook takes c3, are there any other moves? Or not really?
What did we say about queen takes e7? Did we reject it because there's no? It doesn't
Queen
look right, does it?
e7, we thought it's checkmate for white, but we didn't see how exactly. So we spoke about
Maybe.
this idea.
Right. It just looks completely wrong for white, doesn't it? Doesn't look good.
There was also knight.
Also bishop b3 and things like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he has to take on c3, and I don't see what else he could do. Oh, I see that Fabian, who's taken on d1 with his bishop, by the way, in the other top game.
Okay.
Probably because of your idea of rook takes d1, e4.
Queen d1, bishop d1, and then we suggested bishop b4.
Right. And then black meets bishop takes e5 with bishop takes c4.
Okay, let's go to this crazy game. It's
Yeah.
it's more exciting.
Anything else that Maxime could be thinking of apart from rook takes knight?
Yeah, I'm also wondering. Well, if he plays rook to e8, maybe this is another option. Preparing the sacrifice. Now, if white goes knight d5,
Right.
knight d5 allows some knight c4.
What's wrong with knight d5? Seems okay. I mean, rook takes c3 must be critical, don't you think?
Rook c3 looks very interesting.
Thematic Sicilian exchange sacrifice for black. Tens of thousands of games in chess history where black plays rook c8 takes knight on c3 after white has, especially if white's castled queenside.
Yeah, queen b8 doesn't work here because I don't have rook d8 idea.
Right. And we think if b takes c3, then black would then play rook e8. And
Alexander Pratke played bishop b4. Good.
he played bishop before. Hey, he played your move. Bishop f8 to b4, protecting the a5 pawn and a nice active square for his bishop. And he's not worried about bishop takes e5. Anna, we're going to have a quick break. Just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, let's have a quick one because I want to see these games.
And then we'll be right back. We're also following the action just as you all are as well. So we'll see you all in a couple of very short minutes.
The World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess, that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them.
And welcome back, everyone, for the last round of FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. I am Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk here with the Grandmaster Stuart Conquest, and we are really excited about the games which we have today. And let us remind you about the possible scenarios of who can qualify to the candidates. Stu?
So, well, I mean, as you can see on your screens, if all the top games end in draws, then Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana will go through to the candidates if all games are drawn. But if Yangyi wins, then Firouzja and you will go through on current standings anyway on those tiebreaks. And Oparin can, of course, win and go through as well. And Fabiano has his destiny in his hands, doesn't he? Because if he wins, he's definitely got the place. And various other combinations are possible there as well, including if Alexander Predko wins, then he could also go through. So
so the top three boards are extremely interesting.
Absolutely.
And we see a really fighting chess in those games. And for example, this one, rook e to e8 was played. So
he didn't take on c3, Anna.
He didn't take on c3. Why?
Why indeed?
What about bishop e5?
Bishop takes e5 here. Well, I didn't think of at all. But okay, obviously now if knight takes e5, queen d8 check.
Yeah, this was
ends the game.
Actually.
Or queen b8. No, queen d8. It must be queen d8.
Yeah, I think just this is a checkmate.
He has played a move. It looks like he's played knight e5, Anna.
So rook e8 and knight e5. So, but once again, can I just go back because this moment is so interesting. Rook c3, maybe bishop e5.
Takes e5. Could have
been
queen
a2, king c1. Oh,
we have a result. Look at that.
Draw agreed.
Top board game is over. Half-half. Draw agreed. It was a level position. And, well, Anna, how does that affect the standings?
Yes, and that means that Alireza Firouzja is qualified to the candidates.
Congratulations to him.
Huge congratulations to Alireza.
Richly deserved as well.
It's still not clear if he will be the winner of this tournament because if Fabiano wins and there may be a different tiebreaks. Yeah, he will definitely play in the candidates.
Golden ticket to the candidates at just 18 years of age.
One place.
One place down, one to go. So the other players, including, of course, Fabiano, are playing for the remaining candidates' place. But yeah.
But now I think it's easier to play for Fabiano. So he already knows the result of that game.
Okay.
And even if he makes a draw, he shouldn't worry that maybe Oparin wins and so on.
Okay, this is true. This is true. So maybe you're right, yeah. Of course, he'll be keeping an eye on Yu Yangyi's game with Maxime. Could be that you were right, Anna, that bishop takes c5 was the key to the position here if Maxime had taken on c3.
Can we just check queen a2, king c1? Does it lead anywhere?
Seems not to, huh? Seems not to.
Yeah, the problem is that queen on d6 is protecting the rook on d1, and I don't have all these ideas. I thought about queen a1 followed by rook c2, then bishop b3, but white simply takes and I can't take. Yeah, so maybe bishop e5.
Interesting. So Maxime played rook e8.
Rook e8 and knight d5.
And quite fast, Yu Yangyi played knight c3 to d5.
Yeah, but now rook c3 was a threat. Maybe.
Yeah, sure.
No, surely, yeah. If if white played some other move, then yeah, rook c3 was coming. 95. Blocking this diagonal and queen a2 move.
Correct. Well, pressure's on Maxim now. Pawn
Pressure.
down. Pressure. We had that in the video there, Fabiano talking about pressure earlier. And you couldn't be more pressure really than this, playing for a candidate's spot. And the last round, of course. 95 from the Chinese player.
And what can we expect now?
Maybe Anna, he also wants to play moves like queen takes a6 next.
So if rook c6, just to check. We have queen a3. We have queen b4 as safe options.
Right, you have safe
And
options, yeah.
And we have unsafe
And you-
options, many of them.
97
97 is unsafe option.
Right. But as you say, queen back, queen b4, for example, looks very safe.
Yeah, it also looks good.
It looks good. It does
If the
look
queen
good.
has to go to d8,
It does look good.
the attack looks less strong.
So let's see what Maxim comes up with here.
Can he try to sacrifice on c2? Take, and...
Wow, rook takes c2, do you think?
what about queen to a4?
King takes. Check. I wonder.
King d2?
Sure, king d2. And then what? Queen takes e4,
I
do you want to
take,
play?
yeah.
With a big mess.
Yeah, it's so easy to sacrifice pieces when you're analyzing. If something doesn't work, okay, we go back, we suggest something else.
Rook takes c2, king takes c2, queen a4, check.
Are there any moves in between? So, for example, after rook c2, king takes c2 is of course critical, but maybe you have something else like queen a6.
Milan,
Yeah.
I believe you now have an interview ready for us, so over to Milan.
Thank you, Anna. Stu, yes, with us again. 11 rounds, 11 days.
Yeah.
Grand Swiss is over for you, and you were the winner. Congratulations, you just drew your game, and with it, you won the tournament. How do you feel right now?
It feels great. It's a very long tournament. It was a very long tournament. First, I came here. I thought my chances are very low because the players are very experienced here, and I didn't see myself as a really big. Rating-wise, I was contender, but in general, these tournaments are very tricky, and I am happy that it ended very well.
How difficult was it for you to play this game, psychologically, I mean, because obviously you were in the lead, you just needed a draw to secure your victory.
Yeah.
Your opponent had white pieces and he was playing the game of his life, obviously.
Sure.
So how difficult was it for you to focus on this?
Normally, many people would like lose here in the last round, or it's a very tricky situation. And for me, luckily, draw was 100% qualified, so I had this in mind. And in general, I think the most important game of the tournament was yesterday. That was very important. This fight against David is very difficult pairing because he won many games and he was in shape. But today I was pretty confident, and he was also not going all in because of the Grand Prix qualification, I guess.
Overall, looking at all 11 games, how tough was this tournament for you?
Yeah, it was going very smooth, and I had very comfortable positions until the Fabiano game. And after the Fabiano game, it was getting very upsetting because I had a good position out of opening, and I managed to lose that game. But okay, then I luckily won the next game. So that was very difficult, these 2 days, 3 days.
And which do you think was your best game in this tournament? Which do you like most?
Probably against David, probably, because it was very, very sharp, and yeah.
So, obviously in these 11 days, we were all here together in isolation. There were a lot of questions, issues. How is this going to work out in the end?
Yes.
It did work out. How was it seeing many of your chess colleagues and friends after a long time? Obviously, you are more used to now playing online and seeing people in person.
Yes, it feels great. Many of them I didn't see for 2-3 years, so it feels great, and I'm very happy the tournament ended, because many were saying that the tournament might not end, but the organization did their best, and the tournament finally ended. So that was a good news.
So that's good. Okay, many of the people who are watching this right now are beginners in chess or have someone who they want to introduce to chess. What would be your message to those people who are just starting out in chess and are looking at this tournament games here and looking towards you as the winner and probably as their hero? So what would be your message to them?
Yeah, I think like chess for me is always a game I cannot never quit, I believe, and when you learn chess, it's finished. I think you should go all the way, and even if you are not professional, you will every day you will think about chess. So it's a very nice game, I think, and it's very good for mental health. I think everything is great, and with this Queen's Gambit, I believe they are showing some things, but I believe in general chess players are very intelligent and very disciplined.
Who is, when you're looking for history of chess, who is your favorite chess player?
I don't know. I always said I try to learn from all these 16 world champions. They are all great, I think. But in general, for me, there is no difference.
Finally, how will you celebrate your victory?
I don't know. I'm going to home, and we will see.
Well, Alireza Firouzja, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure having you here, interviewing you here. You've played a great tournament, and thank you so much. Anna, Stu, do you have any questions or anything to add?
No, I just joined all the greetings, yeah, and
congratulations from us, of course.
to Alireza Firouzja. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Milan and Alireza. They're giving us an interview, and of course, he's absolutely delighted, as anyone would be. I mean, he's qualified for the candidates, and he's played brilliant chess here. He said, Anna, that yesterday's game with David was maybe the critical game, having lost to Fabiano. Yesterday's game was absolutely critical, and he came through, he won that game.
And there was also one more highlight. Chess for me is the game I will never quit. I think these words were strong.
He also mentioned the Queen's Gambit there as well, didn't he? Of course, the Netflix series. And I think he said the chess players are intelligent and disciplined. Nice words. We are
Good that we belong to this community.
We're not about to disagree with that. And well, talking of discipline, knight d5 there. That's the current position between Yu Yangyi and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. Critical moments here. The board 3 game, and rook takes c2, Anna, is a move that you came up with.
Yeah, we are not sure if that works or not, but it looked interesting, like rook c2, king c2, queen a4 was the line we considered. But here we are with another interview, and here we have Elizabeth Paehtz, who just scored her GM norm, and I believe it would be a title for Elizabeth. Finally, congratulations to Elizabeth, and over to Stuart. To Milan, sorry.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, we have Elizabeth Paehtz with us, who just scored a victory against Bibisara Asalbayeva, and with it, you secured, I understand, your final GM norm. So you said the other day that this was a tournament of your life when I interviewed you a few days ago. Do you still stick by that? Is this the tournament?
Yes, with this outcome, of course, I will stick to that, because I believe I never started in such a way. Of course, when I lost to Maria, I became a little bit like insecure or shaky, because it was in a way a crucial game, because a draw would have secured me also the norm, but actually my main aim was here not to score any norms, but to qualify for the Grand Prix. This was basically like the top priority, and for this reason today I didn't want to take any risk in the opening, because I thought I will just check what Harika Maria is doing and if Cory has winning chances, because then a draw might have been also enough for the Grand Prix qualification.
So Now you're obviously you achieved what you set out to achieve. When you look back at the 11 games you played, you said which was the toughest, but which was the most beautiful game for you in this tournament?
Oh, that's a tough question, actually. I think the most interesting one for sure was the rook ending against Lela, because it was, well, kind of, how to say in English, let me think. It was like something you can actually teach to your pupils, because it was about activity and like the underestimation about like material versus activity. And I think this was a game which I liked very much from this point of view. But apart from that, actually, I don't remember like whether my games were so special here or not. I guess I didn't do too much mistakes, so maybe this was the key of success, I don't know.
So, and overall, how was it being in this isolated bubble for 11 days for you? Was it, obviously, you played well, so it might have had a positive impact.
Well, actually, like for me to stay in a bubble is no problem, because anyway, I'm not the type to go out or to party around. And besides, it's winter and it's anyway cold outside. So I was quite happy with staying in the bubble. I could stream Netflix and Prime with my mobile phone. It was great. So, I mean, like I had my movies in the evening and I had great company. I mean, my boyfriend was here. Then also Shanzaya, like one of my best friends, she was mainly joining me in the evening, so we hanged out a lot. And I guess like I felt quite well.
All right, well, very good. Okay, so what is now next for you? What will you be focusing on? What's coming?
Well, in 3 days, the European Team Championship starts, and I guess like the majority of girls will have to play it, and I underline have to, because it will be super tough. Like after these 11 games, it's not only like that it takes a lot of energy, but also the emotions, the nerves and everything take a lot of your reserves. So I hope I will be fine in like 3 days to go on for the next tournament.
And is that what you find to be the hardest thing in chess? Like that the energy, the draining, always traveling? What do you find to be the most hardest thing?
Yes, I think you asked me the question a couple of days ago, and I would still stick to that. You have to study a lot, you have to prepare a lot, and of course, like what I forgot back this few days ago is that you have to keep your emotions and your nerves together. And like, for example, like a game like today means everything. If you win, you score the tournament of your life. If you lose, you want to basically die somewhere alone in your room. Or if you're okay with a draw, it would have been more or less neutral. But I mean, sometimes to have a single game which actually changes like from happiness into sadness in such a drastic way is actually quite nerve-taking.
Well, obviously it ended well for you. So congratulations once again on achieving a GM norm, and the best of luck in the European Championship.
May I say something at the end? I would like just to thank my coach, because like he had to bear a lot with me, and he had to really like be resistant to my moods and to my nerve-wracking behavior. And therefore, Yannick, merci beaucoup.
All right, I'm sure he'll appreciate this a lot. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Milan. And big congratulations, Elizabeth, scoring her final GM norm and title. And, well, brilliant news for her, and absolutely deserved. And she won that critical game here today, just a few minutes ago. And, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, I'm also happy about it, because Lizzie is my friend, and I was rooting for her in this event. So beside that, she has chances to even be second, I think, if things go right. But second, third, yeah, she will be one.
And qualifying for the Grand Prix as well.
Qualifying for the Grand Prix, yeah, good result.
Okay, so now Maxime has played a move. It's interesting, Anna. He's played Queen A4.
And Rook H2.
And Rook H2 already.
Played
so
very fast.
Queen A4 attacking C2, of course, as well as E4. And Yu Yangyi has very quickly replied with Rook H1 to H2. So what can we say? What about this E4 pawn?
You mean if Queen takes E4, what's happening, yeah?
Sure. Maybe Rook E2.
Yeah, rook e2 looks good.
And then something happening on e5.
Some problems with the knight.
Rook e2 looks simple and strong.
And if not queen e4, what else do we have? Let's assume knight e7 is not the threat, because it looks too dangerous. Yeah, black just takes on e7, then queen a2, queen a1, taken on b2.
Is knight f3 possible, Anna? Knight f3 to d4? Knight f3 attacks the rook on h2.
If I play rook f2, you still want to play knight d4, or
maybe something else.
maybe just rook f2, knight d4, queen to b4.
Maybe after rook f2, the knight could be left on f3 as well. I don't know if there's other moves there for black. Because the c2 pawn is still in the air then. He's played a move.
Maxim took something. Maybe bishop d5. Yeah, bishop
He's
d5.
taken the knight. All right, so clearly e takes d5 is not possible because of the bishop on f4 is hanging.
If rook takes, we have to be a little bit careful that the queen is not trapped there.
Right.
Maybe we're like rook c6, queen a3, then queen to e4. Or queen e4 immediately.
Simply queen e4 now.
Is it better now or after rook c6? And I think after rook c6, do you have any other moves besides queen a3?
Besides
I
queen
don't
a3.
really see. Because when the queen moves, then we take, and we're also taking the rook. That was my point.
Right.
So if this, we just take. This somehow doesn't look so great for...
I agree. Okay. So maybe queen takes d5 has to be played.
Queen takes d5 looks safer.
Defends e4. Yeah, it's the most natural move, isn't it? Queen takes d5. Let's try to guess what Maxime is preparing here. Maybe knight f6.
Queen d4. No, queen d4, we take a knight f3. Don't do that.
Knight f6, maybe queen a2 or queen b3. Not sure which one.
If we take on e4 after...
But either way, black can play queen takes e4. Yeah, seems not bad for black, in fact.
And queen b7, is it too far?
Queen b7 looks a bit...
looks a bit strange.
A bit strange. Maybe.
I agree. I also feel that it may be wrong.
Although...
Maybe you are right with queen b3. Although, okay. Let's make this strange move.
Right. Queen b7. Could be okay, actually. If knight takes e4, then bishop takes e5.
And there are updates. Elizabeth Paehtz became the 38th female player to get the GM title.
Right.
In history.
In history. Who was the very first? You know, the very first woman to achieve the GM title?
Nona.
Nona, I believe. Yeah. Who's been in the news recently, hasn't she? because of the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, she's. There are some issues because, yeah, really, they put wrong information about her. They said that she has never faced male opponents, but actually she played many tournaments against male opponents and even against the strongest male opponents, like world champions. And sometimes she was even successful. So it was not true what was said in the movie.
So, yeah, well, her lawyers are demanding quite a large sum of money, I think.
5 million or something like that.
But and Netflix, not surprisingly, are contesting that, not handing over the money.
Okay, we
straight
will
away.
see how this case will
I played
develop.
Nona once, by the way. I suppose you played her as well many times.
Not many, I think only once.
Okay.
Yeah, many years ago there was a round-robin tournament where I played against Nona.
So, okay, let's... oh, by the way, there's something happened in Caruana's game. We could maybe have a quick look at that, Anna, before we come back to this one.
Knight f6 was played in...
Knight f6 was played, fine. All right, so this is what we expected.
And Caruana, bishop b4, bishop f3, and e4. Okay, knight e4,
wow,
knight
e4
e4,
there.
bishop e4, bishop c4. Is Alexander's idea.
So if takes, 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 takes.
After bishop c6, there is bishop d3. So is it all leading to massive simplifications? And another draw?
e4 from Alexander, yeah. He just wants to break up White's pawn chain here by getting his bishop to c4.
Okay, White has to take with the knight. Maybe bishop e2 can be possible. Can we do that?
Well, suppose
Maybe
he
just
could
takes, takes, and knight d7 or rook d8. This looks good for black.
It does look absolutely fine for black.
So maybe White has to take on e4. But then how to avoid...
Takes, bishop takes c4. And really it looks absolutely fine for black, doesn't it? As you say, Anna, if bishop c6, then black has bishop takes d3, very important.
D3.
And black gets a pawn up. But otherwise, there doesn't seem to be much danger for black here at all.
Maybe even some danger for White.
Maybe for White, a little bit. A little bit, yeah. This passed a pawn could be a thorn in White's side. Maybe rook c1 here, Anna. Rook c1.
Black takes. Okay, only black can play for a win this
White
position.
takes on c7.
Yeah, but this pawn is more dangerous than this one.
Right, yes. Maybe, well, Fabiano just maybe has to steer this game to a draw and hope that that's going to be enough for that second candidate spot.
Yeah, because I believe like here it looks like he doesn't really have any winning chances, and I really like what Alexander Pratke did. Well, we are going for a short break, just a couple of minutes, and we will be back with
the new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Bruno's back.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to here we are, the last day, day 11, round 11, the last round of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. I'm Stuart Conquest, here with me, Anna Muzychuk, and we're taking you through all the action and, of course, the results. Who will qualify, Anna, for the candidates? Well, we know one person.
We already know one person is Alireza Firouzja, who had a great tournament here, and yes, he is already qualified to the candidates, but the second spot is not clear yet.
That's right. Fabiano has a half a point lead, but if he doesn't win today, then he could be caught, and then it might come down to tiebreak. For example, Yangyi, were he to beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, could get that second candidate spot. So, of course, it depends on the results, and those games are very much in progress. And then we see Fabiano playing Alexander Paehtz, and we think, Anna, that the position is more or less level.
He played d-e4, not knight takes e4, so he preferred to keep more pieces on the board. Still, after bishop c4, it's a big question what he's going to do. Can he try some knight f5 or e5? e5, I believe, can be dangerous for white. I don't know yet
what would happen after e5?
After e5, no, I just saw that Alexander made a move, and yeah, it was bishop c4, no surprises. So if e5, what can happen now?
So if knight d7, white has bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Although, well, that is quite awkward, in fact, yes. Or
if knight d5.
Right.
Rook d1.
Or rook c1.
Rook c1, bishop b3. Taking c7. Would you take that pawn? I'm not sure, yeah. Rook b8, and it may be very dangerous for white. We are speaking about this line. Rook c1, bishop b3,
bishop
and
b3.
if white takes on d5, this may actually end badly for white.
It doesn't look right at all for white, does it? Doesn't look right at all. But he could start with rook c1 and then not take on d5. But the problem is this a5 pawn, this passed a pawn for black is going to be really dangerous.
What are the other options? Knight f5. Knight f5 could be...
He's played e5, Anna.
He has played e5.
Wow.
I also thought about rook c1, bishop b5, and maybe e5 now. Okay, he's played e5. So what can happen? If knight d7, I think bishop c6.
It looks, this looks powerful. Bishop c6.
No, that looks strange for black to go under the
to
pendant.
voluntarily, sure.
So knight d5 looks much more logical.
So rook c1 looks natural.
Rook d1.
Or rook d1. Right, okay. And if black were to move his knight, he can't play knight c3, can he? I don't think.
I'm not sure, but...
Takes rook c1.
Maybe he can play knight f4. After rook d4, he has knight d3.
Let's have a look at that. Knight f4.
Knight f4, there is still bishop c6. Or bishop c6 after rook d4, knight d3. Maybe this even...
Also, knight b6, Anna, after rook d1 is possible, isn't it?
This
might be the safest move.
Knight b6 here, yeah?
At this point, I mean, just to
if
cover some squares, defend the bishop, stops rook d7.
Rook b8.
Let's say.
And then just, yeah, push it.
He's played, I think, knight d5.
Or knight a4, another threat. He has played, I don't know what, but very likely knight d5. Yeah, knight d5.
Right, okay. I think you're right, rook d1 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, then actually knight b6 was a nice move.
Okay.
White has to be very careful with this pawn.
Yes. No, absolutely. Well, bishop c6 here makes sense, doesn't it? Bishop c6.
Here, bishop c6, rook b8.
Rook b8. And now black wants to push his a pawn. Or as you say, knight a4. Is also looking quite good. Could be better for black, couldn't it?
I like black's position. Even in the worst case, if you lose both of these pawns and win this one, then still quite big chances to make a draw, but I don't even see how white can achieve that.
So
actually this one may be dangerous for white.
There we are. Some scenarios there have, of course, now changed because we know that Firouzja drew with Oparin on top board. So Alireza has that first place. And if Fabiano draws, as long as Yu doesn't win, Yu Yangyi, then we think he's out in front on the tie breaks. But nothing is certain. But of course, if Fabiano loses, then he's out. Then he definitely doesn't get the place. I think that's right. So he needs to take some care. That's the current position. Well, not yet. The rook is still on d5, knight on d5.
But you know, at the same time, I wouldn't say that this position is so safe for white.
Clock time's about 35 minutes remaining for Fabiano and 18 or 19 for Alexander. They played quite a lot of moves, Anna, 30 or so?
29, yeah.
29 moves, right. So shouldn't really be any time issues for either player. Nothing too serious. We're thinking of rook d1. If rook c1, then black can play bishop b3, which controls the d1 square.
Also, can black play knight b6 after rook c1? Of course, it's better to do it after rook d1, but still after rook c1, this is an option.
And then bishop d4, maybe? And then bishop takes b5. Bishop d4?
Bishop d2, rook c2.
Trying to take on c7.
Okay, I can simply maybe take, and play knight d7. If rook b7, there is rook b8. I'm a bit worried about white's position here.
Right, because of this a pawn, yeah? The past a pawn.
Yeah, because of this a pawn.
Alexander Paehtz getting up there from the table. All right, he does still have options, doesn't he, if he were to win this game, of getting that candidate's place himself, depending on the other results. Meanwhile, has Maxime...
yeah, Maxime, how is he doing?
Let's have a look. Let's check this very sharp game with Yu Yangyi. Maxime there.
So queen b3, your move. Queen e4, bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, rook e2.
This is where they are.
So white should be a bit better here, I think. White is going to trade the rooks. One pair of rook on the next move.
Is knight e4 possible or not?
So, knight e4 here. I didn't think about that.
Maybe.
Can we play... Queen d5 is a very risky move to make. After queen d5, maybe even queen b8. Oh, that's funny. Let's take a look at this.
Queen d5.
Queen d5, queen b8. Is it possible?
A big threat.
Yeah, the threat knight c3. If white takes on e4, I want to play a rook d8.
Forking everything. Family fork. Knight c3. So maybe not queen d5. Huh? And if rook takes e4 here, Anna, what happens?
When?
At the end?
And then I mentioned if rook takes, I play
Rook
there.
comes to d8, rook e d8, and that also picks up the exchange, at least. Well, wins material.
Yeah, I think white has to take, and then take on a6.
Yeah, well, clearly this is not what white wants.
Wait, check, check, and queen a5. I missed the
bishop.
check on a5.
Yeah.
If rook c4, then check.
He's played a move.
Played. It looked like he played 94. Did he?
I'm not sure. Knight e4 threatens rook b8, I guess.
Yeah, 94.
Threatens rook b8,
Yeah,
or even knight c3 check is a threat. Sorry, no, it threatens rook b8.
Rook b8 and then knight c3.
Knight c3 check, yeah. So queen d5 we just had a quick look at. Which other moves does white have? If bishop g2, then knight c3 check.
Meanwhile, Deak against Yesipenko.
Right, let's have a
They
quick
made
look.
a draw.
They made a draw.
It's board number 4. Both players were on 6.5 out of 10, so now they moved to 7 out of 11. But they are out of the competition for the candidate sport. They still may get the Grand Prix
place. That's right.
And what about Anton? Anton against 7. These players are also on 6.5 out of 10. Something was played.
Something happened there. We saw Yu Yang. He sort of played a move, and he kept his. It seemed to me kept his hand on the piece before he released it. He played queen d5.
So will we see queen b8, or what are the other moves? I think going for an endgame is bad for black. Bishop is definitely more powerful than the knight here, and also white already has passed pawns. Also, the pawn on a6 is weak. I like
queen b8.
Like
you like?
B8.
Yeah. What about if white? What could white do apart from? I mean, how does he deal with knight c3 check here? Also, rook d8 is a threat. What can white do, in fact?
Okay, queen b3, I don't think we should consider that.
Well,
maybe a rook d3.
He maybe think of queen
Very
b3, Anna,
risky
just to
move.
repeat.
This looks so risky.
Rook d3. It does look risky.
Yeah, okay, knight c3 doesn't work. At least something.
Knight c3, we can take it.
Yeah, we take it.
There's also queen f4.
I like queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah.
Maybe queen f5 now.
Black has various threats here and open lines, and the knight on e4 is causing some trouble for white.
What about bishop g2?
Bishop g2 here, okay.
Maybe queen f4 doesn't really help
It
black.
is possible, you're right, bishop g2, yes.
So again, after knight c3, we have rook c3.
It somehow looks shaky for white, doesn't it? But maybe...
Also, instead of queen b8, there is, for example, queen c7 with a similar idea. But of course, I prefer queen b8 because it's threatening knight to c3.
Knight c3, right. So White happy to exchange queens, and black almost certainly
Unhappy.
to exchange queens, and he'll keep his attacking chances alive by moving his queen.
Okay, new idea. I still play queen b8 and after rook d3. The new idea is this idea, but it's also, well, all the pieces starts to hang after rook e5, so I'm not so sure rook e5 is good.
After
Maybe
queen
it's
d4 or something, yeah.
Queen d4, then at least we can consolidate with rook c to e8.
Right. There's Maxime on screen.
A very short game.
Yes. Clock time's
From
about
the very
25 minutes for white, 20 for black. And tense moments, these.
Can we check David's game?
David Howell?
David Howell, yeah.
Yeah, please. Let's have a look. Oh, wow, look at that.
Okay, here we have it. Queen a2, where was it before? Ah, okay, it was on a1 and queen a2.
How to evaluate this position? 2 rooks for queen and pawn.
I think it's equal. The ancients, they usually prefer to play with the queen, but then they don't see how to actually make progress, and there is no way to make progress. So I think we will have a draw in this game.
Right, okay. I wonder how did they reach this, Anna, just quickly, this material
Okay, we saw the
situation.
structure, yeah. So e5 was played. Black was first to change the structure, then knight e4, takes, rook d1, f5, knight on d3, octopus.
Okay, great knight on d3, yes, octopus.
And takes, bishop a1. So it was more or less force, yeah?
Right, I see.
Takes.
Okay, queen a2, last move played. And both players with about 20 minutes left. Anna, do we have time to quickly check on Boris Gelfand's game?
We have plenty of time.
4:24, I think. I'm hearing that might be a good one to check up on.
King on e6.
Wow, look at that king. Look at that king.
How did it happen? Okay, I'll quickly go through the openings. So we have Catalan. We have endgame. Remember, the king ended up being on e6. So it looks a bit pleasant, a bit more pleasant for white. Another octopus knight.
On d6, that's right.
So f4.
Now the king sets off.
The king is going. The king is going. The king is going. Knight
King takes
h2.
pawn, simply.
So if white takes rook f6 and we get the knight back. But rook d7 plays. So the king potentially comes to d7. How did you like this route?
I liked the king much, yeah, sure.
If white trades one pair of rook, then there will be no danger for the king.
True.
And we may definitely say that white has an advantage, even quite good chances to win the game.
Okay. Boris Gelfand here with white, playing against Paehtz Martirosyan from Armenia.
And this crazy game he played a couple of days
5
ago,
queens.
5 queens
That's
on the
right.
board.
That's right.
Against Sergei Movsesyan. So viewers, if you wish to check that game, just I think you will enjoy it.
Yeah. Okay. Now we have a move, Anna, in Fabiano's game against Alexander Predka, and he played indeed knight b6 after rook c1, I think.
Jesse.
And there's another result there we can see.
In,
David Anton's game is over.
How did they play? It's this board.
I suppose against Sam Sevian.
So it should be a draw,
I suppose it was a draw.
So these players also move to 7 out of 11.
Right.
Yeah, there
Well,
will be a big tie.
good results, of course. Good tournaments for both of them. Both of those players, David Anton from Spain and America's Sam Sevian.
Yeah, but considering how many players are on 6 out of 10, and some of them will, of course, win, and they will catch up the players who made a draw with 6.5. I mean, the tie breaks for the Grand Prix spots.
Well, we'll have to see. We don't know yet how the tiebreaks will work out. So let's see. Alexander Predke, he played knight b6, Anna, after rook c1.
Rook c1, knight b6.
And what did we say here for white? We said bishop c6, rook b8, perhaps? Or even rook d8 now, because the rook's not on the d file. Is Fabiano trying to win this, do you think?
I don't think he's trying to win this.
Bishop d4, I think we mentioned. I forget what we said after bishop d4.
We spoke about bishop b5, rook c7, knight d7, this line.
Right, takes, knight d7. And we think black is not in danger. e5 pawn attacked. And black keeps this nice pawn on a5. Looks like Fab is about to play a move.
But actually, I missed one thing.
Knight f5, it looks like, Anna.
Or like rook b7. I missed that after rook b8, if white takes, I thought that was impossible, but actually, like this line in the end, we have e6. Still unclear, because the a pawn
is dangerous.
Is dangerous.
Absolutely, yeah.
We can take. Okay, then it doesn't make sense. It doesn't work for white.
I think Fabi played knight f5, didn't he?
He played knight f5 here.
It's complicated, that's for sure.
So after bishop b5, he's going to play e6?
e6 and take on g7. Sure. Why not? e6. Maybe f takes e6. And then rook e7. But yeah, it's becoming very sharp, isn't it?
Not so many pieces on the board, so it's not that sharp as, for example, MVL games.
Fabi gets up from the board there after his last move, knight f5.
Maybe he wants to take on c7 first, and then prepare an e6.
Right. Or knight d6 as well could be coming next. For example, bishop d3. Maybe even the sacrifice on g7 there with e6 check. What about knight c4 here, Anna? Knight c4 for black. And then what?
And e6?
e6 anyway.
I'm not sure. e6, rook e6.
e6 here, perhaps, yeah.
If bishop g7.
Right.
Just maybe check and knight d6. Or knight d6
Yeah,
here.
this should be okay for black.
Yeah. So there's a problem with this rook. And all these pieces.
Knight c4. Not sure. Okay, so knight f5 has been played. And
bishop b5. We are waiting to see what was Caruana's idea.
is this the current position?
This one, before.
He hasn't taken yet, right. Knight f5.
Still 9 moves.
What about if black played bishop e6 more solidly?
I guess knight d4.
Knight d4, right. Okay. All right. Is knight c4 possible? What happens?
What is your idea?
Well, just to take on b2.
Yeah, but if I take on e6 and then on c7, you take on e5, then b6.
Well, let's see. I can't see. Yeah, knight c4. And knight takes pawn. Yeah. Okay, now it's good for white. Sure. Okay. Yeah, doesn't work.
Maybe bishop d3. Again, knight d4. And
Okay, same idea. Yeah.
knight c4 now.
Right. So rather than bishop b6, bishop d3. Yeah. Attacking the knight.
And what about this sacrifice?
Takes.
You have rook e7, so maybe it's not that dangerous. Yeah, there will be
Takes.
always.
Check.
Even f6, rook takes,
Check
and rook
f6,
e7.
yeah.
No, this shouldn't work. So there is bishop d3, there is bishop b5.
Yeah, maybe knight comes to e3 after bishop d3 to prevent knight c4.
We can take now.
Lots to think about. We'll have to come back to this, Anna, and the other
We
top
will
games
come back
as well.
to this.
We will, of course. Also, let's also have a look when we come back at Yangyi against Maxime and David Howe's game and so on. So lots of drama still to come here. We'll see you all in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome, welcome everyone. This is the Speed Chess Championship finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen. It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor. Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
Yes, and welcome back everyone to all the action here live from Riga, Latvia. And it's round 11 of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And we've seen the top board in the open section was drawn, Anna. So that gives Alireza a guaranteed spot in the candidates. That's the big story so far. And but plenty still to look at, and we don't know who the second candidate's place will go to yet. This is the game we see, well, on the screen, the photo, we see Yangyi. Yep. Against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Very exciting moments in that game. And also Fabiano against Alexander Predke is also heating up, let's say. So let's look at Maxime's game. Here we are. It's White's move. And we were just looking at the possibility of rook d1 to e1 with some very sharp continuations, I think.
So this looks like a logical move, but after rook d to e1, there is knight c3, b takes c3, rook b8. If king a2, then of course it's a checkmate.
Queen a4.
So king a1 is
only move.
Only move. After queen a4, there is queen a2. But there is another idea with the rook takes e2. And if rook takes, we take the bishop. But if bishop takes, then there is queen g3 attacking the rook, and also
wow, look at that. C3 as well.
Queen to c3. So queen d2 is.
Queen d2, is it possible or not?
Also one of the only moves, perhaps, and now maybe queen to c7.
To stop bishop c4.
Stop bishop c4 and threatening queen to a5.
Still very complicated. And could White play c4 or not? I'm not sure.
Then queen to e5.
Oh, queen e5 check wins, correct.
And queen a5 and queen c3. This
yes,
is nice,
it's
actually.
nice, huh? Just play through. Let's have a look. Queen check, check, and that falls exactly, yeah. Oh, and Yangyi's played a move.
It was not rook d to e1, but he has moved his king somewhere. King a1.
Okay, king a1, getting out of the way of all these nasty knight checks and sacrifices. King a1.
Maybe he's preparing rook d to e1 now.
He may have seen exactly the line that we just showed.
So does black have time for 8-6? Or now after 8-6 there is rook d to e1? We can check this rook d to e1.
Okay.
Also bishop g2 is now possible.
Yes, bishop g2. That bishop hasn't moved yet, has it?
Actually, bishop g2, knight c3. Takes. Is it possible? Knight c3, b takes c3, rook e8, queen a4, queen a2.
Let's have a look. What would happen?
Maybe let's first think.
Also moves like rook
c5, yeah. Or rook e5.
Or rook e5, yes. Try to get a rook over to a5 with check. Extremely sharp position. So this is h6 for Maxime, just to have a square for his king. After white's king a1. And then bishop g2.
Okay, rook c5, there is rook e4. So rook c5 seems not to work. Rook e5 is still possible.
Okay. Goodness me. Super sharp. h6, bishop g2.
No, what about rook e5? I like rook e5.
Sure.
So for
If
this
we can
reason,
play
it's
it.
better to have the rook on e1, because then we can take on e4. Now we can't take as the rook on d1 is hanging. So maybe
Right,
rook.
so maybe not bishop g2.
If rook.
Has he played g6, and he may have played g6, not h6. Looks like he's played g6. But very similar idea, of course. So now there are no longer back rank mates. Gives his king an escape square, g7 to g6.
And what is going to play after rook e1?
Yeah, that's the question. Rook d e1. What can black do? Rook c d8, is that possible?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, but then if the queen moves to c6 or b7. If queen b7, maybe rook d4, yeah? Let's check it. If queen c6, maybe rook e6.
Maybe rook e6, that's right, yeah.
Wait, rook e6, rook e4.
Oh, I see, okay.
Still not clear. Rook e6, rook e4, rook e4.
Because black picks up the bishop on d1 at the rook d1 check. Where could white's queen go here? Let's think.
c4?
Yeah, queen c4, right. Queen c4. The knight pinned in two directions.
So maybe not rook d8, yeah?
Rook d e1. White just wants to exchange pieces. Yeah, if the knight has to go back to f6, white can trade. And even bishop takes a6 at the end. Might be possible. Looks like rook d1. Anna, yeah. Rook d1
Rook
to e1.
d1.
Now,
Yeah.
a key moment for Maxime here. What does he have up his sleeve? Both sides down to about 10 minutes, between 9 and 10 minutes each. And that was move 31, Anna, was it?
Yeah, 31. Queen g3 looks strange, yeah? I had the idea to take on e1 after rook e4, but white isn't obliged to take on e4.
Queen g3, okay. Then bishop g2 maybe.
Yeah, I don't like it.
What else can Maxime do here? Not clear at all, huh? Rook c8 we looked at quickly.
Rook c8, queen c4.
Queen c4 we felt. Yeah.
And rook c5, what do we...
A big moment here in this game.
What did we say about rook c5, or we didn't consider it in this position?
Rook c5 here.
Yeah, we checked rook c5 after bishop b2,
Maybe
bishop
he's-
g2, but it didn't work.
He's about to play a move, Maxime. Indeed, rook c5. Exactly right, Anna. Well done. Rook c5. Razor sharp, this game. Queen is now attacked. And
I think we have to take on c5.
and play this endgame, yeah.
Because what else?
Otherwise, what, rook a5 check is coming.
Yeah, rook
And
a5 or
knight
if queen
d2
a2,
check.
maybe just rook to e5. Looks good for black. And if white takes rook e8, king g7.
Well, this would be interesting, wouldn't it? It doesn't look bad for black.
No, with the knight. It actually looks good.
Would you rather be black or white there?
I think black.
Hmm. You'd rather take black, yeah? He's taken his look, and it may in fact have been the only move. So they're going to reach this position.
So
Check.
now maybe some ideas with b3 and bishop c4.
Right.
Can we do that? I'm a bit afraid to weaken the dark squares, but if white is on time to play bishop f4 and then create some threats on the f7 pawn, then maybe it's okay. There's also the like a5, a4. Maybe we should move this pawn, yeah?
With the
After
a
a5, a4, besides a takes b3, there's idea like queen d4,
try to open
a3.
white's king. Yeah.
Okay, let's try at least bishop c4, a4.
And is rook f1 dangerous?
Check.
Check, king a2. There we see Yangyi.
Okay, rook f7 is not a checkmate, so we have time.
Yeah.
Let's say we take.
Yeah, it could be a draw, perpetual check, if nothing else, yeah?
But a very exciting draw.
Absolutely, yeah. And still a very unclear position. King g7, the last move. And here we
Queen
are,
and
it's
knight.
white's move. Maybe king b1 here, Anna, just to get the king. Top the king back on b1. Could be played. Now, how is Fabiano doing? What's
How did they get there?
what happened?
So
Oh, the knight
bishop
came back to
d3,
e3.
knight e3, bishop b5. He took on c7 and rook e7. Yeah, the move I considered quite a safe move, rook to e7.
Rook e7 from black, okay.
Rook c1, rook d7, and bishop e4 by Fabiano. Bishop d2.
Okay, rook attacked.
Could black try to
There's some time
play
trouble here for black, isn't
a4?
there? He has less than 5 minutes, Alexander.
So maybe he just wants to simplify and to get an easier game, yeah, less to think about. Or maybe a4 was possible, but bishop d2 played. So the rook should move to, I guess, b1 or a1.
Or c5 perhaps?
c5.
Which move number is this, Anna?
35.
35. So still 5 moves to go to the first time control.
Yeah, let's check rook c5.
Rook c5 attacks the bishop, of course. That's the time control. At move 40, they each get 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and at move 60, 50 minutes with 30 seconds increment per move played.
Maybe bishop d3 now.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the move. Bishop d3. Yep.
Yeah, Alexander tries to play in a safe manner.
So, I mean, just to trade some pieces,
trade
maybe.
some pieces.
Right.
Yeah, pass the time control and then
Hmm.
see what happens.
Well, he often exchanged of rooks, didn't he, which Fabiano declined.
No, Fabiano should keep the rooks on the board.
Of course, the knight on b6 prevents rook c8. Very important. And this is not the current position, is it? In the game.
The current position in this one, so Fabiano is still thinking where to play, where to put the rook.
White to play here, right? Okay. White to play. Well, rook c5 looks natural to me.
Yeah, rook c5, then we considered bishop d3. If rook d1, I think black takes on e3.
Right, and then trades. Yeah. So if Fabiano fails to win, if this game is a draw, then he's not guaranteed a candidate's place.
He has played rook c5.
He's played rook c5. Although I have to say Maxim's position against you, Yangyi, it's maybe a bit more like a draw than it was some time ago.
Oh, let's check. Or first let's check what was
What
played.
did Alexander play after rook? So rook c5 was played?
Yeah, rook c5 was played, and also Alexander replied bishop d3. Okay.
As we
Logical.
felt. Okay. By the way, there was a result, Anna, in the top board of the women's section. And was it a draw?
Yeah.
I think they drew.
We don't have the result yet, but it's just
It seems to have ended a draw.
no pieces to play with.
Okay.
So I think it's a good result for Lei Tingjie, who was in troubles after the opening, but managed to solve her problems by sacrificing 2 pawns and then going to the end game.
Okay, back to Fabiano, I think, and also
Bishop f3.
Yangyi, bishop d3. And which move did Fabiano play? Bishop f3.
No, I think in general the strategy to keep as many pieces on the board as possible is the right strategy, not only that it's like if you have more pieces then the position is more complicated, but also with this pawn white shouldn't trade the pieces because then the pawn is just moving, and when the pieces are on the board there are some ideas with to create some complications.
I was thinking of knight a4, but then I suppose rook c8 check followed by bishop a1.
Knight
and the knight would be misplaced.
Yeah, somehow after knight a4 black loses the coordination.
Yes.
So maybe
I agree.
this.
I agree, yeah. The knight's misplaced. Okay.
Also bishop c6. Question about this move as well.
Right, yes, I didn't see that. Okay, so not knight a4. Still, it's complex, isn't it? Alexander down to about 3 minutes, and he still has to make a few moves.
4 moves.
4 moves to go until the time control. Top results there, Anna, in the women's section so far.
So 2 draws in the top 2 boards, and then an important victory for Elizabeth Paehtz on board 3. And here are the results in the open section. Many draws.
That's right.
But still, Fabiano Caruana is still playing and Yangyi is still playing.
Exactly.
So
2 key games there. And David Hall also still going. Now it's Alexander Paehtz. No, has he made a move here?
he played king h7.
He played king h7,
So
right.
prophylactical now, knight a4 is a threat.
Yes, knight e4 is the threat. And
What if bishop g4?
okay. Rook's where should the rook move? Just rook d8? Perhaps?
Another idea is to take on e3, then rook d5, followed by knight c4. If the rook moves somewhere.
Also knight a4 could be played, could it or not?
Right now?
I'm not sure. Three results possible, I think, in this game. Somebody might blunder something. Oh, the advantage could go to either player. Seems to
Maybe
be
like this.
finely balanced, really. Bishop takes e3, okay. And then maybe rook c7 or not?
Yeah, rook c7, knight c4.
Let's see what Fabiano has played. He's played quite fast. To say Alexander has not much time left. And what's happened there, Anna? Which moves were played?
Rook c6.
Okay. Quite a few moves have come.
Bishop e3. F takes e3, of course. And knight c4. So if bishop d4.
Okay. Fabi to play. He's played bishop d4. And he gets up from the board there.
Yeah, he made it's his 40th move.
That's his 40th move. All right. He's probably going to have a look at Maxim's game against Yangyi.
And they ended the game.
They've ended the game. Anna, what happened over there? Let's have a look. It looks like it was a draw, no, from the way they're
So after king g7,
looking at the game.
there was only one move. King b1, a queen d4, and Maxim offered a draw.
Maxim offered a draw.
Maxim offered a draw, and it was accepted.
So they got to move 30.
They actually got to move 34.
34, right. Well, very interesting. And that is the final position, we think, on your screen. Exciting game, wasn't it? And we weren't sure how to evaluate that final position. Which side would you rather be, black or white? But they have drawn the game, and there we see Alexander Paehtz to make his 40th move.
So if Fabiano draws this one, I think his chances, he has excellent chances to...
Right. And it looks like he could... he shouldn't be in danger, really.
Rook e7.
Rook e7 from black, we think. Rook e7, right.
And okay, good that they passed the first time control.
Yep.
Now
Okay.
they get additional 15 minutes.
Without any big accidents, it looks like. And well, Fabiano will know now that he's that much closer to getting the second candidate spot, as Yangyi did not win. That game was drawn. So is a draw now enough for Fabiano or not?
Very likely. We still have to check David Howell's game.
Right.
Because David or Vincent Keimer, these are the only two players who can catch Fabiano if Fabiano makes a draw.
Right.
So we will definitely do that after a short break.
Very short break. We'll see you all just in a couple of...
Welcome back to our live program, and we are joined by Yangyi, who just drew his game with Maxime Bashir-Lagrave in the final round of the Grand Swiss. It seemed that it was a tense game. It was an important game for both of you. It could determine the outcome of your placement in the candidates, for the candidates. Could you take us what was going through your head sort of during the game?
Yeah, today is I play Maxime. Yeah, it's a very interesting game. Yeah, but I think maybe I have missed chance. Yeah, because I miss Queen D5, Queen F4. Because I think Rook D1, Knight C3, B takes, Rook B8, King A1, Rook E2, Bishop E2, Queen G3. Yeah, I miss Queen G3. Yeah, Queen D2, Queen C7. Yeah, yes. Maybe maybe 95 before 95. I don't know. Yeah.
So when you kind of realize that you missed these moves during the game, and bearing in mind the entire context that obviously a victory would have given you clear chances for the ticket to the candidates, how did you come to terms with that? How did you come to terms then with the draw?
Yes, today of course I just want to win, because yesterday I missed many chances. Yes.
Okay, so today the important thing was not to miss even more than yesterday. Okay.
Yes.
The other games are still going on. Obviously, the game between Caruana and Paehtz, a lot can determine that. At this stage, what do you reckon your chances would be? And did you pay attention to the game Caruana and Paehtz?
Today I just played my game because I think Caruana is better. Yeah.
You think Caruana is better?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Let's just look back at your tournament at the 11 games. What was the highlight of the tournament for you? Which was the best game, the most important game for you?
In this tournament?
In this tournament, which was the best game for you, the game you enjoyed most?
Maybe play Naya. Yeah.
With
yeah,
Naya?
I play Naya. Yeah.
Why?
I think I play very normal. Yeah. Yes. Because I think maybe yesterday is better, but a lot of chance. Yeah, I miss. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, a lot of emotions, a lot of things to consider and things to sink in. Overall, when you look at this tournament, would you say that it was a success for you? Are you happy?
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, maybe successful, but I don't know
it
how
needs
to
to
say.
sink in.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Grandmaster, thank you so much, and good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Over to you.
Milan, thank you very much, and thanks also to you, Yangyi, there for giving us that interview there, discussing his game, and I think the sharp line that we considered as well.
Yeah, I think you mentioned, we will just quickly show you the critical moment where I believe Yangyi said that here he intended to go for Rook D1 when he was calculating the line a few moves ago, but then he realized that yeah, there was this Knight C3 and the line which we shown you earlier, King A1 and important. Rook takes E2 after Bishop E2, Queen G3.
Yeah, that's important.
And that's what Yangyi mentioned. After Queen D2, there is Queen C7. And after he missed this one, then he said that he actually didn't see chances for him, and he considered that the last position was more or less equal.
More or less equal, right? Okay. Well, a very exciting game for us here to watch, and draw looks like a fair result. So Fabiano there on camera, still playing against Alexander Paehtz, and let's catch up with the position, Anna.
He played Rook C5, A4, and one more move. I didn't see which one. But if Fabiano makes a draw here, it's very likely that he will qualify to the candidates. So
yes. Bishop C6 he's played. Unless, I mean, the tie breaks, some very strange results happen, let's say. And either Oparin's tie break suddenly improves a lot, and Fabi's goes down, or possibly the other game, isn't it, between David Howell and Vincent Kemmer? We should check that game as well, Anna, in a second, see how they're doing.
Yeah, let's see if there are any updates. So we saw when the players entered this endgame with queen and pawn versus 2 rooks, and I said that I would expect a draw in this game. Actually, I still expect a draw in this game.
Right. They've got to the time control?
Not yet.
Not
Okay,
yet.
now yes.
Now they have.
And look at that! David played with 2 seconds.
Really? 2 seconds on his clock, he made his move? Goodness
Yeah,
me.
he made his move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Well, that was his 40th move, so...
Time management. Okay, now he'll get 50 minutes.
Right, Queen C3. And, well, like you, I think this game will end a draw. It's hard to imagine that White can eke out a win here. And much less black as well. That's Vincent Kemmer.
Vincent still has to make his 40th move.
Right.
He has 1 minute and a half.
But lots of draws today, Anna, despite very exciting games.
Yeah, it started with so many sharp lines. So basically the players were ready to fight. But then it happened that...
and I think this game may be heading towards a draw very soon. Anna, should we just keep an eye on this? This is Fabi against Alexander.
So a3, bishop b5, knight b2, bishop takes b5, bishop a3. Yeah, very, very likely. Just not bishop d7 because of rook c7.
Right. He'll play what, rook b7 maybe?
Yeah, rook b7. Looks safe.
And then e6 we
e6
see.
played.
It looks like they're going, and there they are, handshake, and that's a draw. Well, we think that really ought to be good enough for Fabiano to get the second candidate spot, but nothing is certain, is it? Because the tie breaks will obviously depend on all the results in today's round. But it looks like should be good for Fabi to get that second place.
Yes, before this round, Fabiano's tiebreak was really much better than Grigorio Parin's tiebreak. And also better than David Howell's and Vincent Kemmer's.
Right.
So we don't actually expect big surprises. But with this draw, we can actually say that Alireza Firuza, he became the winner of the tournament.
That's right. Congratulations to him. Very much so. Yeah, that's 8 points. 8 out of 11, Alireza. Outright leader. So big congratulations to him. And in a tie for second place, we have Fabiano. We have Oparin.
And possibly one of...
Possibly either David Howell or Vincent Kemmer.
Possibly, but unlikely.
But we don't... That's right, yeah. And there we are, winner. 18 years old, Alireza Firuza. From Iran, but representing France, living in France now for some years. And what a fantastic result for him. And up to world number 4, Anna, as well.
So here we can see the prizes in the open section, the prize fund being $475,000 US, with the first prize 70,000.
70,000 for Alireza.
And it goes all the way down to 40th place.
That's right.
Where the last prizes are $2,000. Not bad.
Not bad at all. There we see the players quite amicably discussing the game. Alexander, well, good result. He's played a great event. He's finished high up. He'll win a good prize. And he'll be satisfied, well, very satisfied with his tournament.
Yeah, and he's one of those who may get the Grand Prix spot.
That's right. Also, we'll have to wait. Also, that's important as well to remind everyone that there are 6 Grand Prix spots here to be awarded. And that will come down to tiebreaks, won't it, as well? So maybe we'll have an interview with Fabiano following his game. We'll see if we can manage that. Meanwhile, David Howell has white here against Vincent Kemmer. That's the current position. And
pretty dry position.
Dry, yeah. level, I think we could say. White has queen and pawn for the 2 rooks, but just about impossible really for either side to achieve much here. So, and also with the draw, of course, they also both will win good prizes and finish on 7 points. So not a position where you want to take huge risks to try to win with either side.
So maybe we can check how Corey is doing in the women's section.
Okay.
This game ended in a draw. Also, my sister made a draw against Harika. Lizzie won against Bibisara and
yes, that's right.
made her last norm, so she will officially become a grandmaster after this event. And
many GM norms. I think we had 4 GM norms achieved in the women's section, didn't we?
So we have Lela Jevahishvili, Bibisara Sobaeva, Zhuzhiner, and Elizabeth.
Elizabeth today getting the title. This is Olga Badelka, who has white against Daisy Corey.
And she's close to win this game.
Definitely good for white.
Material advantage.
Yep, and well, maybe not an easy win.
A good tournament for Daisy Corey, who started with 3 losses, 3 defeats, but then
she did.
But then
won 5 in a row.
But then won 5 in a row.
Amazing.
And after a draw, she won another game.
Correct.
So she's on +3, having a great event, but maybe she will lose this game. Yeah, she still has some chances, I agree, but objectively speaking, it should be winning for white.
Right. Okay. Which other games? By the way, Jessie February, Anna, do we have a quick look? Because I think she very tough tournament. She's still playing this year, and is she going to get something from this game? She's doing well.
She's a pawn up.
She's a pawn up.
And at the very least, she can she can actually have a perpetual check.
That's right.
So she's about to make some move. I think queen d7 or queen f6. Let's see what she did. Can she play for a win?
King
if she
F8
takes
played.
on a4, then queen c3.
And then king somewhere. King b6 or something.
But I don't believe she will lose this one.
No.
So the first game where she will score something.
Get some well, that's great, isn't it, for her as well?
Yeah, I mean, it will be a pleasant end of the tournament, because after losing all the games, then actually you're happy.
To get off the mark on the last day. And well, she may be able to even get a win here, but certainly a draw is there. If she wants it immediately, or kind of a worst case scenario where the game would be a draw. So very well done to her, and that game is still in progress, as are many other games. But basically in the open section, well, probably just the Vincent Kemmer against David Howell is the only top game still remaining.
And in the women's section, Alexandra Kostanyuk is still playing. So these players are on 6 out of 10. And how is she doing? Not so clear.
Milan, we now have an interview, so over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yes, we're joined by Fabiano Caruana. How satisfied are you with this outcome?
Well, I think it probably secures qualification. I'm not 100% sure, but
I think nobody is. We're still debating on that, but I guess the best thing to say is it's very likely that it secures your qualification.
Yeah, I thought the most dangerous game was Maxime against Yangyi. And I was very worried for both of them at some point. I was hoping for a draw, but Maxime's position looked extremely suspicious, and near the end, I already thought he was Yangyi's position was very dangerous. Once the knight was on e4, queen on f4. But okay, my own game, I feel I had so many chances. Probably I was even slightly worse at some point. because he was super well prepared. This whole line, yeah, I kind of knew it was possible, but I didn't know the details. And after knight d4, I just didn't really know what to do. It's super sharp. I thought bishop e2 was interesting, but then this queen b4, queen d2 looked like a nice maneuver, and after that I'm certainly not any better. I was kind of worried that I might come under pressure because he has the passed a pawn, which is very dangerous. But I never felt like I was in real danger, at least.
Okay. So how difficult was it to play your game and at the same time watching the game with you and MVL? Because obviously it wasn't everything in your hands. A lot depends on what happened in that game, and still a lot depends on others. So how is it to play in such circumstances?
Well, I thought before the game it's sort of entirely in my hands. I mean, if I win, I guess I'm just guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I was a bit disappointed that I didn't really make much of the game, and I kind of relied on others to not surpass me. But okay, it's also, you know, it's not easy to win games in this tournament. Everyone is very strong. And today I also played an extremely strong player. I didn't think it would be an easy game. I was just hoping to put more pressure on him.
So what are the highlights for you from these 11 games and 11 days in Riga? What were the key moments and the most important takeaways from this?
Well, I only really had one moment that I kind of felt very happy about when I beat Firouzja. I was extremely happy about this game. The rest was kind of, it was a tough tournament. It was really tough, both the length of the tournament and the length of the games. I kind of felt exhausted. After I beat Firouzja, I just had no energy left. So I was also happy that I could draw Maxime, because like my energy level is pretty much at zero now.
So how did you manage to get your energy back? Did you go out for walks? Did you sleep longer? What did you do?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the only thing really to do is to go for walks. That's the only thing available to us. So
yeah, we couldn't go anywhere else.
Yeah. So we were walking quite a lot in the park. It's a beautiful city, and there's a lot of nice parks and places to walk. So that was a good way to kind of relieve some tension, and watch some movies, you know, things like that. But yeah, it's been a tough tournament.
So overall, would you say you enjoyed Riga, or the answer to that question depends on the outcome of the final games here?
Yeah. Well, assuming that that I qualify, that was what I came here for. You know, I didn't win the tournament. Normally that's the goal, to win the tournament, but here it's sort of a different goal. And if that happens, then I'm happy because I got what I came for.
Okay. What's next for you? Where to from here?
Well, I'll go back home, and then I'll do commentary for the World Championship match for Chess.com, and that's it for playing for now. The rest of the year, well, there's a Blitz tournament tomorrow, which I'll play. I took this decision.
So you will be playing tomorrow in the Blitz?
Yeah. Okay. Now I kind of feel like I don't really want to play, but okay. I took this decision a while ago, and yeah. In terms of chess playing, there's not much else I'll be...
That's it for the rest of the year.
For the rest of the year, yeah.
Well, thank you very much. It's been great having you here and interviewing you. So thank you so much, and hope it all works out. Thank you.
Yes, Milan, thank you very much. And Fabiano there, he said he came here to get one of those two candidates' places, and he's barring some very, very bizarre results for tie breaks. He's achieved that, Anna. So mission accomplished.
Yeah, I think Fabiano is quite happy about that. And of course, every player, especially every top player coming here, I think they were mainly concentrated and trying to get one of these candidate spots. And well done to Alireza Firouzja and very likely to Fabiano Caruana,
right,
who made it.
Yeah, and an exciting game as well, the Fabi's game today. And as he said, that he was keeping an eye on MVL's game with Yu Yangyi. But that also finished a draw, of course. In fact, all the top games, Anna, have finished in draws. And 9 of the top 10, this is the only other game still going from those top 10. And it's David Howell, who else? Playing against Vincent.
Actually, board number 9 and board number 10 is still in progress, but we didn't cover these games so closely because on boards 9 and 10, the players are... the players have 6 points.
Right. Okay.
Out of 10, so they were not in the competition for the candidate spots, but candidate spots, but they are still in the competition for the Grand Prix spots.
For the Grand Prix spots, yeah, and also for a very good prize as well. So, do we think either side has chances here in this game, Anna? David against Vincent.
Let me refresh to see if we have any moves. No, it seems like Rook e4 was the last move, and David was so happy to get additional 50 minutes. Now he can think for at least
I think you
49.
said he had 2 seconds when he played his last move. Is that
Yeah,
right?
it looked like he made his last move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Well, okay, there they are, and that's the position.
Yeah, yesterday David suffered a painful loss.
Yes.
He was defeated by Alireza Firouzja. He really fought well and found some nice tricks. But then in the time trouble, he couldn't calculate precisely all the lines, and he lost his track. And later on the end game, it was already difficult to save this game. But today he came up for a new game, and he was trying. And actually, this is the current position. But we believe it's quite difficult to.
I mean, Black has no weaknesses, and White has to keep defending the b4 pawn. Both kings are safe. It's hard to imagine something happening here that would give either player a serious winning chances. But you know, seems like David wants to keep playing this one out.
He will. He's used to long games.
Yeah.
Like his game is it's really long lasting for at least 5-6 hours.
I know David is looking forward to the Blitz tomorrow as well. He told us that. He's definitely going to play the Blitz. And
yes, don't forget, tomorrow is a Blitz tournament.
Right.
So this tournament will be over today, but tomorrow we have a Blitz event.
Right.
With 18 rounds, 9 double rounds.
9 double rounds, that's
so
right.
many games, and we are waiting for them.
Men and women all playing together in the same event?
Yeah, it's one tournament. No separate tournament. Men and women will play in one tournament. But there are prizes. There are winning prizes.
I think $10,000 overall first prize. And there are women's prizes as well.
Yeah, the first one being 3,000, I believe.
Okay. And we just heard Fabiano say that he will be playing as well in the Blitz. So we look forward to that. And it's also in honor, Anna, of Michael Tell, the tournament who would, I think the following day would have been 85 years old. Not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow would be is his 85th birthday. So extra special as well to be able to be here in Latvia and have the Blitz tomorrow. Remembering what a great player he was, Michael Tal, and his legacy to chess and chess players. So here's David Howell trying to squeeze something out of nothing. I think we could say that.
Water out of the stone.
Water out of the stone.
Maybe we have some questions from the chat. We would be actually glad to answer some of them. So, yeah.
I'm sure if
you
David
would like
would
to ask something.
I'm sure if David were to offer a draw with his next move, then Black would accept, don't you? Let's say White played King F3 or something and offered a draw. Or do you think Black is playing for a win here?
I don't know who's playing for a win. I feel like both players may be happy with the draw, so I wouldn't be surprised if this game ends soon. Would you?
Well, I'm sure it'll be a draw, yeah. Sure as one can be, but let's see.
I think Black is preparing some h5, then, I don't know, Rook e6, g6, and just stay.
It's hard to think of any plan here for either side. So, well, it really does look like Fabi's got that second candidate's place. I think for him not, for the tiebreaks to go against him would be very, very bizarre indeed. Possibly mathematically it's still feasible that all the results go against him and they all go in favor of Paehtz, for example.
But there were like 5 points.
It was a big
5 is a lot.
Yeah, it's yeah.
1, 2 can still be.
But we think that Fabiano has got that place. And yeah, well, that's what he came here for, as we said already. So, and I suppose, Anna, looking back at the tournaments, although there's still some games in progress, Alireza and Fabiano deserving of those 2 places.
Yeah, they played really well, and Fabiano mentioned that his win over Alireza was the crucial game.
Absolutely key, that's right. Well, the only defeat that Alireza has suffered. And Maxime was one of those players who've been up there the whole time, but just a half a point short. Just winning one.
Yeah, he was very
game.
close.
That's right. Yeah.
So maybe now we can check some other games, as more or less everything is decided. Of course, we can't say it right at this point, but well, very likely with like 95% at least, everything is decided. So what about board number 9, Snansik Sugiro against Nikita Vityugov?
Okay, Nikita there.
2 Russian players.
Right. Who lost to Opadan yesterday, of course, which put an end to his chances of qualifying.
And how is he doing today? The king on e2. Can white play rook h7? And if king e6, maybe rook c7?
Right. White has sacrificed his queen to get to this position.
Yeah, it's queen for rook, bishop. And also black has a pawn.
Yeah. Rook check and rook c7.
Well, it was the first thing I saw. Maybe there are some other options.
Black's last move was king f7.
But this looks quite logical.
Let's have a look then. Check.
So, okay, check.
King will come to e6. Rook c7. If the bishop retreats to a8.
And the skin on e6 is not safe.
Very suspicious, yeah. Rook h7, the other rook to h7 or not? Or is there something better? Or rook d1?
Rook d1, yeah.
Rook d1 you like?
Rook d8 maybe.
You didn't like rook h7 before? Rook h1 to h7?
No, I actually liked it.
Doubling rooks on the 7th rank?
Yeah, then there's the idea with rook d7, also rook f7.
Right. Yeah, rook a7, that's right. Yeah. Black's king sort of stuck almost in a mating net there.
Looks quite dangerous for black.
Very
These 2
dangerous
bishops
for black.
and the king on e6.
It looks very dangerous indeed.
So maybe black should try to find chances in activity. If king goes back, then what do we do? We can still play rook c7. And okay, going back, it looks strange, considering that the last move was king f7.
Right, yeah.
So king e6 very likely. Rook to c7. Maybe
Sure.
king d6.
All right, king
This
d6,
looks
yeah.
better.
That's a better move, I agree. King d6, definitely better, yeah. Yeah, I missed that move. And
If rook f7, if d takes e4, I wanted to play rook d1.
okay.
And if rook e6, maybe still rook d1.
Or rook h8.
Or rook h8, yeah, and checkmate.
Mm.
I don't know. What
Lots
is
of
that?
excitement here. We think white's doing very well.
But actually I can't take on d5, because takes, rook takes, queen takes.
Right,
and
there's
it's
still
the
a pin
pen.
there.
So then rook d1 is not that dangerous, but rook h8.
Threatening checkmate. or more or less checkmate
Maybe
there.
f5.
Rook d8.
e5 takes.
Well, I think it's good for white.
Rook f6
We think it's good for white.
followed by e5.
Okay, maybe, Anna, we have a very quick break. And we think that Fabiano has got the second candidate's place. We're more or less certain of that, but maybe we'll just confirm that, or the arbiters will confirm that very, very soon. So we'll be back anyway in a couple of minutes, and we'll be following the current games and giving you updates with the results.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Jan has an aggressive, intuitive style. He has a good feeling for chess, especially when he plays with initiative, and he likes to put pressure on his opponents. He's just overall confident and full of ideas. He can play extremely well in it, and if he comes to the match at his very best, then maybe he can play better than Magnus.
Oh no. And welcome back, Anna, Muzychuk and myself, Stuart Conquest here. We are live from Riga, Latvia, and it's day 11, the last round of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And Anna, this is David Howe's game against Vincent Kemar, and David has just played h4.
Updates about this game, just one more mate. h4 has been played. I think h5 may be the reply from black side, but really the position stays the same. And well, this game is just, I think, going to be ended soon. Let's hope so. Let's hope we will not have 11 hours of watching this end game.
You don't see any winning chances for either side, no. As long as they just stay put, yeah? I mean, if neither side takes a risk.
It's even difficult to imagine how to create some mess on the board.
Right, I agree.
Out of this position.
I mean, what does either side have to do in order to lose this? Well, but we don't know if either side is offered a draw, but doesn't look like it. Vincent looking around a little bit.
Yeah, looking very drawish. So maybe let's check some games in the women's section.
Sure.
I think it's more interesting.
Oh, there's Jessie, by the way, look.
Yeah, let's take a look at Jessie's game. So here we are.
How is she doing? Can she win?
So this is the current position. Queen e6, king h7. Now she's 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up, and really just a one endgame, this for her. Wouldn't that be lovely if she managed to win after losing 9 games on the trot to win her last one?
10 games.
Sorry, 10 games. Beg your pardon, 10.
And then we have her for the interview.
Of course.
How do you feel about winning the last game?
Of course we get an interview. Yeah. Well, hey, so she's played. I mean, look, her opponent is rated 2377, Alina Bivol. Jessie's rating just 1857. So I'm sure that she'd be over the moon to win this game.
Maybe it's the highest rated opponent she would manage to beat if she wins this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure who she played right now, the other games, but there we are. She's making a move now. Let's see what she does.
I remember she made a draw against Valentina Gudina at the Women's World Cup in the first round. She lost the first game, and then she was actually quite close to win the second game, but in the second game she went for the repetition. And at that tournament she said that she was actually happy to take this draw because it's the highest rated opponent she has ever managed to hold the game with.
Right, Valentina Gudina.
Yeah, against Valentina Gudina.
Well, here she has a 1 position, no question about that. King e7, good move.
So if there is a check, we will play queen d7, and then the move with the king will come with a check.
Correct, and that's
maybe actually quite close to the checkmate.
Sure. Yeah. Well done to her if she wins this game. Which other games, Anna, should we have a quick look at?
Highlight of today's day. Here we have Alexandra Kostanyuk against Bathuyak Mungutul. Knight c4 being the last move played.
All right.
Black is an exchange up right at the moment, but the bishop is under the attack, the queen is under the attack.
Yes.
Also, the king is quite weak.
Yeah, queen c5 check coming.
So maybe black should actually take this knight. Bishop c4, and now there are different options.
Yeah,
if
queen d1 check
queen
maybe.
D1, maybe then there are some checks.
Okay.
So maybe it's a draw.
Maybe drawish, yeah. Could be. All right, that's Alexandra's game.
We also have Dinara Sadvakasova against Pia Kramlin.
There we see Alexandra on camera after having played knight c4. And check on d1, Anna.
Check. It's not a check.
Oh, it's
because
not a
there was
check. I beg your
bishop
pardon. Yes, it's not a check.
on
Queen d1.
f1. Looks risky. Just a second. Queen d1. Immediately. But then queen c5.
Queen c5 check.
So maybe king b8.
Looks a bit scary suddenly with knight b6. We'll have to see what happens. Anna, I think, I think Peter Doggers is now ready to show us something. So, Pete?
I think we are in a more quiet period of the show and waiting for some final mathematics to calculate Fabiano's final entry in the candidates. I believe we are also looking at the other boards, the lower boards, because there are some nice games played. And I wanted to show you the clash of today between Nils Grandelius of Sweden against Matthias Blubaum of Germany, which started with a French advance. When we say French advance, we say Aron Nimzowitsch, who has his birthday today, if he would still be alive. And in this game, a rather modest bishop d7 and a rather modest bishop e2 were played. And I think the actual critical main lines are with queen b6 and or with c4, but this is just much more quiet and people are just developing. Black is preventing b4 here. White just improves his position with a4. And we start the game a bit later. So I'm just going to make this move to show you how this all appeared. This felt a little bit risky to me, this trade here, but only here Black makes a mistake, I think, with f5. Engines prefer, even though it doesn't look great either, it is actually tactically much better to go g6 in this position. There is an issue with f5, and that is e takes, rook takes. Yeah, there you see it already. It's very sensitive touch screen, so sometimes I'm pressing two moves where I wanted to press one. The issue is, of course, the long diagonal. According to Black, it's not really a problem because Black just can go to f7 with the king, but as we will see, White will actually get an attack himself instead of Black. I like this move a lot, bishop e3. It's just a developing move, but also the idea is if Black ever takes, we actually want to take with the f-pawn and open up the f-file for ourselves. Black goes knight e5, queen h7, king f7. Now White swaps on a7 and always check the threats of Black. Knight g4 might actually be a threat here, attacking both h2 and f2. And I always like in such situations when the solution to the problem is to just develop another piece, which is, well, there are more moves for White, but I like rook a e1, ignoring sort of the threat of knight g4. And now just h3. So he's letting go of f2. And again, there's also a rook e3 move, very good for White. But Nils Cornelius' idea was bishop g6 check, and now things start to get really interesting. If Black swaps, then the rook has to go back, otherwise you lose this rook. But there's actually a problem here. You don't want to take with the queen now because of the pin with rook f1. Yeah, but then this is not great either, because on the next move you will lose g7 with check. So clearly not what Black wanted. So a nice bishop g6 check here that had to be ignored with king e7. Niels continues in style with bishop f5, shutting the rook from protecting the knight. So the knight is actually hanging here, using the pin over the e-file. King d6, attacking the bishop again. And then with everything hanging, Niels just decides, let me throw in my last piece. Always use all your pieces on the board. He puts his knight on a nice central square. And after knight takes, White had a winning attack. And the German Grandmaster Blubaum was very sportive today. And he actually allowed a checkmate on the board with a king going all the way to e3. and queen f2 was checkmate. So that was one of the nicer games of this round. So let's go back to Anna and Stuart.
Thank you very much, Paehtz. That was a great game from Niels Grandelius. And yeah, bishop g6, that was a particularly wonderful move. And yeah, great win. Very nice to see that. So what did we say, Anna, about this game? Alexandra Kostyniuk against Munguntul from Mongolia.
Maybe you can expect a perpetual check in this game. Queen e5 was played actually after first queen c5, king b8, queen e5, king a7 now.
Right, okay.
So if queen c5 or queen a5, it just leads to a perpetual check.
Right, okay.
I don't think any side can play for a win
Can
here.
improve, okay. All right, good.
What about Nana Zagnidze?
She's playing Antoaneta.
She's playing Antoaneta, former world champion.
Yeah.
She's a pawn down, but it's not clear. I think she has some drawing chances in this position. Her queen is active. She can try to attack on b6.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's fighting for a draw.
Clearly, yeah, black is the one with winning chances, so pawn up. King g6, the last move.
And Pia's game, we started talking about it, and then we moved to another game. Pia is a pawn up in this rook endgame. And her chances to win, I think they are higher than Stefanova's chances to win in the queen's endgame.
Okay. Yeah, she's doing okay though. Well, she's doing well. Pawn up, and
with black pieces.
Yeah, fairly good winning chances for Pia, who hasn't had a fantastic event, has she, Pia? Maybe she's won a few games. There you are, b4 from Dinara. She started quite poorly, I think, Pia.
Yeah, but then in the last rounds, she won a couple of games, and now she is on a 5.5 out of 10, so +1.
All right.
Okay, maybe actually after a b4, how can we find chances to win? And can we do it at all?
Yeah, we see the game in question there, Pia with her back to us.
Because if we trade this one, then it's quite drawish. And if a4, b5 will come.
b5 and still those pawns will be exchanged. That's right.
Do you have any idea, like rook e5, rook e4? Maybe not really, yeah?
And then rook b2 check, force the white king back, but still. There we are, and the arbiter's placed new score sheets there on the table.
We can try to attack on h2, like after rook b1 and rook h1. But after king g3...
Likely to be a draw, isn't it?
Yeah, like after b4, very precise move, I think. We may also expect... a4 has been played and b5.
Okay. A couple of moves I see, well, not that much has changed, but David Howell against Vincent Kema. That game is still going on.
There? Rook c4, queen d2, and king g6. So black didn't go for h5. King h3, and this is the current position.
That's where they are.
Okay, the structure is the same.
Right. Vincent has just made a move, I think. Rook back to e4, it looks like. Rook e4. Should white play f3 or not? Doesn't really change anything, does it?
I have a question. What for? Trying to play for a win?
Well, I don't know.
f3, just rook c4.
Just rook back to c4. Black has outposts for his rooks. David taking his glasses off there. Maybe they will, after all, agree a draw in the next move or two. We'll see. David's played a very good tournament, of course. And draw today still keeps him in a high position. And just that game yesterday really against Alireza that set him back. Having won 4 games on the trot.
How many games in a row did he win?
Yeah, 4. He won 4
He
in
won
a row.
4
I
in a
believe,
row. Oh,
I
okay.
believe so. He won 4 in a row. The 4 before he played Alireza. Queen c3 it looks like.
Yeah, Queen c3 played. So we may see a repetition with rook
Maybe
c4,
some kind of
Queen d2.
repetition now, that's right.
Yeah, both of the players are already quite exhausted.
Then we see Grenka, clearly one of Vincent's sponsors. And a big chess sponsor in Germany.
It looks like David is ready for a draw.
I agree, yeah.
At this moment.
I agree.
And I don't believe Black will play for a win.
No. Okay. So that will mean that all the top 8 boards at least are drawn. That exciting game that Nikita Vitugov has, we could maybe return to, where White... right.
So rook h7 was played, king e6, and rook d1 without rook c7.
Rook d1.
f5.
f6, f5, wow.
Yeah, it's funny. If White takes, then king moves, and it's a check.
Check. Yeah.
But we expected rook c7, no? In this position.
Rook c7, king d6.
Yeah, rook c7.
Oh, before, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King d6. And then some idea was like rook f7, f5.
It does look like they're going to have a draw, doesn't it? Anna, Vincent sort of looking up.
Okay, if Vincent plays rook c4, then we can... Okay, he's playing rook c4.
And this may just be a repetition of moves coming up.
So if they make a draw, that means that these players, Vincent and David, they wouldn't be able to catch Fabiano.
I think he's offered a draw, in fact, didn't she? It looked like Vincent came and they offered a draw. He said something to David.
And it's going to be accepted, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. Which would mean that Fabiano and Grigori Oparin share second, third place, correct?
Yeah, but Fabiano's tiebreak was just much, much better.
Correct.
Well, it's just impossible that Oparin can surpass Fabiano on the standings.
Right. Okay. So we can more or less call this that Fabiano's got the second place, second candidate's place.
But David is thinking.
He's played a move.
No.
David Howell. He's turned down a draw. He has played queen to b2.
Yeah, and Vincent
Are you
looked
surprised?
At him. Are you
surprised,
serious?
Anna? Are you surprised? A long night ahead. Queen b2.
This will never end.
Wow.
No, I mean, it's not like I wish to end it, but when the position is so dry and I don't really see any real chances unless some huge blunder.
I absolutely agree. I don't see any plan for White here at all. But, well, a bit of a surprise, actually. I really thought that was going to be a draw by repetition.
No, Stuart, no.
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 Life is not that easy.
Don't even think about that. Okay, let's check women's games.
Sure.
For a punishment.
How's Jessie doing? Let's have a look at Jessie's game. Is she going to win?
Kostanyuk drew her game against...
All right. Draw by
with
repetition. Perpetual check.
Olga Badelka, how is she doing?
This game. Knight c4, d6 check. And if black takes on a6, white takes on c5.
Yeah, if black plays king b6, I believe knight c4 is going to happen. But just a second. Okay, king b6. How to win this one?
Yeah, exactly. How to win it.
Oh, okay. If we win the c5 pawn, then we put one knight on d3 and another one on a2, and we take on b4. And that's how we win.
So how do we win the c4? So just knight b7, you think?
Knight b7, yeah. Yeah, knight b7.
But then c4, no? c4?
Ah, c4. Yeah, good resource.
Mm.
Maybe after c4 we take.
Takes, king takes a6.
Check.
Check. And is this an easy win? King a5, for example.
Okay, should be.
Not sure.
Yeah, should be quite easy. I play knight b3, then c5, then regroup the knight, remaneuver it to d4. But
This
maybe
is,
even I can make it without taking on c. I mean, without allowing c4. If check, king b5.
There on camera
Can I
we're
do-
seeing, this is not the person we're seeing, on the camera we're seeing there Jessie February from South Africa, who we think is going to win her first game to actually score here for the first time. Sadly, she's lost all her games so far, but she has a completely winning position.
Jessie is so close to end this tournament on a high note. So queen e6, queen c3, king f7, threatening queen g6.
Right.
If queen g7, king e8.
That's right.
Queen f7.
She just has to watch out for some stalemate
Yeah.
tricks, maybe.
Like, let's say, after queen c3, she has to be careful not to take that pawn because all the stalemate
Right.
ideas.
But she has queen f6 check, of course.
Given, this move. So this is the only trick she has to avoid.
Something like that, right. But she is a few moves away from victory, which, well, it'd be great. A nice, perfect finish for her.
She's on 2 minutes. 2 minutes
She's
for
only
the
got
rest
2
of the
minutes on
game.
the clock, correct.
And it's move number 80.
80.
She has worked so hard.
Well, she has. She's got lots of fans, lots of people following her games, and I think she's been streaming during the tournaments. Anna.
At least the first half of the tournament every day.
Right.
And maybe she continued after in the second half. I don't know. I didn't check.
So big headline here, big story for her if she indeed goes on to win this. But she, I mean.
And her tweet, like.
Sorry?
Her tweet. How did it? What did she say?
I'm
if was ever a loss.
All right. I'm learning a lot.
A lot
she said.
then.
She's learning a lot from her losses. But very sweet finish for her if she wins this game, as she really ought to. So we'll just and maybe get her for an interview after her game. That would be nice, wouldn't it? To hear from her. She's been in the studio here before, so it'd be lovely to get her reaction once this game is over. And we think she's a few moves away from victory. So
yeah, starting with 10 losses.
Losing 10 games, yeah.
And now she's so close to win this one.
That's right.
I believe that now in the chat there are many supportive messages.
I'm sure.
For Jessie. Black.
Black has moved.
Black has moved. What
Do
was
we know
played?
what she's done?
Queen to c7.
Okay.
Can we actually force the pawn endgame?
After queen takes f4 check.
After queen takes f4, I was going to play king to e8.
Right, king g8.
King g8, the only move. Queen to e6.
King g7.
King g7, and then queen f6. Is this winning? No, the king is.
King's in the square.
King is in the square.
She's played a move, I think. Anna?
She played king e8. So if queen takes f4, then queen to
queen
f7.
f7 wins. Or queen b8 check.
If queen b8, I think she wants to play king e7.
Right. Sure.
And after queen c7, king to f8.
As long as she doesn't repeat 3 times. That wouldn't be good.
What did she do?
I don't know. Can we see the board? No, we're keeping an eye on David Hall's game there, but...
No, I meant another board.
We can't see Jessie's the actual moves in her game.
King e7 has been played. So
Okay.
if this, I think king f8. Then if queen takes f4, queen f7.
All
if
right.
queen d8, queen e8.
Yeah, and now it's game over if she gets this.
Queen c7 has been played.
All right, so king f8 we're saying. Seems to do the trick, king f8 here.
King f8, maybe black goes here, king e8.
Right. And that's more or less it. Come on, Jessie.
If only she knew that we are covering her game
Yeah,
right now.
that's right. She's got inside 2 minutes. Of course, she does get 30 seconds of move increment. And playing someone who's 500 rating points higher rated than her, something like that.
Even more, 420.
King f8 we think is...
But I think Jessie, she was
Easy
close to
enough.
2000. Or maybe she even...
and then she dropped.
maybe she was even higher.
Okay.
So
I think she's the African
queen to
Women's
d7.
Champion, by the way.
Maybe even more than once.
Queen d7 has been played? Or not?
Yeah, queen d7 has been played. Did we have this position before?
We thought king f8, but now what would happen if queen takes f4, see?
If queen takes pawn,
Where's the easy win? Is there an easy win or not?
it was more easy with king f8.
Oh, but you know she could play queen h3 check. King g8, queen e6 check. That's does the trick.
But king g7?
Queen h6.
Queen e6, yeah. I saw it and then I forgot.
So queen h3 check, I think, is one way to...
One of many.
one of many. She just needs one. One way to win is enough.
But queen f4 hasn't been played.
Oh, not yet. Okay. But it's hard to think of another move that black could play here. Queen takes f4. Otherwise,
We can try to find 5 other wins.
I like queen h3 is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, queen h3, one of them, yeah. If king g7, then queen h6.
She's
If
taken on
king g8,
f4. Okay, come on then.
then-
Queen h3 check. Let's finish it. Queen h3 check. And then queen e6 check. And forces the exchange of queens. But she did something else, I think.
What did she play?
I think she moved her king, no? King e6 check, maybe?
Why did she do that?
What's the... So what happens? King g8? Is there an easy win? Or not?
So if check, king g7.
King g8 has been played.
Now it's less clear.
Yeah, Queen H3 was instantly
Just winning on the
winning
spot.
on the spot. And she had time as well. She had a couple of minutes then.
Okay, she has less than 2 minutes.
Check.
Okay,
King
check.
will go to H7.
King goes to H7, yeah.
Black must avoid an exchange of queens. Not as easy as it was, Anna.
Yeah, she just gave this F4 pawn for no reason.
Yeah. Well. Well, let's hope that she still wins this game. What has she played?
No, I think it's actually closer to a draw. I mean,
Really?
objectively it's winning, but after she blundered that pawn.
Yeah. She played something. Another check.
Queen E7, King G8.
King G8. So she cannot force an exchange of queens with check now. That's the point. She could have done before with Queen H3. So let's see. She has an extra pawn, but
she had two.
yeah, that was Queen H3 was just a game. That was just over, wasn't it? It was just the end of the game. One move from victory, and she didn't find it. And she has inside 2 minutes, so every move she gets 30 seconds, but not easy, is it, Anna, now? Not so simple, by any means. Going backwards and forwards.
Okay,
Wow.
if she brings the queen to
I mean, the way to
F6.
win is to gradually push her a-pawn up, isn't it? But
No, now she has to bring the queen to the center somehow.
yeah, Queen C5, something like that.
And then try to push the pawn.
And try to push the a-pawn, but that's a big technical operation now.
No,
ahead
actually,
for her to win this.
Queen C5, I think it's a draw after Queen C7.
After
Because
Queen
I
F7,
can't
lots of
escape.
checks. Lots of checks.
No,
Yeah.
King D6, Queen F8, King C6, Queen C8.
Queen
No,
C8.
King B5, we can still.
What has she played? King D7.
So she just gave the pawn.
Yeah, and now there's going to be lots of checks. And she may not...
Now she can't escape. Yeah, if
Queen
Queen
A4 check.
A4, if she goes here,
This
there
may
is
be a draw.
check.
Queen E4. Oh dear.
No, she just. I wouldn't say it's even a blunder. She just threw it away.
Yeah.
Pity.
One move from victory. Queen H3 check, and it was all over. And she had 2 minutes on her clock at that time. Well,
Big miss.
yeah, it's a real shame as well, because to finish with the victory today would have been really, really nice for her. But instead, we think it may just now be a draw. Should we keep an eye on the other games, Anna? We can always come back to this. David Howell's still playing there, look.
So who is still playing? Nana is still playing,
How's David doing? Anything happened?
but Nana doesn't do great. I think now she's losing. David's game.
Yeah, Vincent returning to the board.
He
He
brought
played
the
H5,
queen.
right?
Yeah, but it was better to have the king on H7 to be ready to play G6. Now there are some ideas to bring the queen to g5. Yeah, of course it can be blocked by rook f6.
Some pressure from white, you think?
So if I go here, queen e8, king h6.
Rook f6, sure. Queen e8 check, king, he's played rook f6. King h6. Maybe half a chance for David or not? I suppose rook takes b4 is a threat, isn't it?
Yeah, now it is.
So what can we expect from David here? Queen e7. Let's see.
But how to get to g5? Rook e4.
Still seems like nothing much has
Happening.
changed. Right, yeah. Black has everything defended. Every pawn is defended. The rooks are defended. The king is safe. And
I
black
don't see how it can go wrong.
right, black can play moves like rook
For
e4,
either
rook
side.
c4, and just white's king can never get in. Yeah, really hard to see this game not finishing in a draw soon as well. Okay, which other games, Anna, can we still keep track of? How did the well, this is a game lower down, isn't it? We haven't seen at all.
Roman against Rachmanov. Who is better?
And why?
I think white is better, yeah? But it's...
F5,
it's
F4
white
has been
move,
played.
okay.
Yeah.
So if we take
F5, F4, the last move.
rook d5, maybe. Takes... actually, this rook is under attack.
Yeah.
But okay, still if I take on b6.
Right, trying to get the rook into a8. And then if bishop takes h3, what would happen?
Takes rook a7.
Okay, take on a7. Black rook will take. I suppose b takes a7.
Queen g7, king g7.
David, meanwhile, has played queen e8 check.
Okay, king h6.
In his game. So here, what would happen? White to play, Anna, bishop take on a7 or?
Maybe just take it.
Yeah, I know, that's right.
Then bring the bishop to e6. Let's say, I don't know, queen e5 is also possible.
Okay, so this is Setiraman against Rachmanov.
And
still in progress.
And if not a takes b6, maybe rook h4.
Rook somewhere. Rook h4, okay. Why
and
not?
then rook d5, yeah?
Oh, I see, and the pawn is pinned, yeah.
And also another one is falling.
And g5 is falling as well. Yeah, that's a problem. That is definitely a problem for white.
If queen e5? If black takes, we take, then bishop e6.
Right, yeah. Just give the rook, bishop comes to e6 afterwards.
Maybe black should try e3.
Yeah, could do. F takes e3.
Queen h8 check in David's game, but okay, I can back.
King g, right, okay. Looks like it could now be a draw, Anna, or not?
I think it's too early.
Should we just go back there? We can see them repeating moves at least once. White's move. So if Queen H8 check, King G6, Queen E8 check will just be a draw by repetition. If White wants to do anything else, well, the Rook takes B4 is a threat.
Queen E7 doesn't threaten anything.
That's right, yeah.
And then just Rook E4 back.
It really feels like this is time to just to keep checking and agree a draw. Any reason, could he play F3 and E4 just to give this pawn up? Make a passed pawn, it looks very odd.
So let's check F3.
F3.
Takes
E4. Trying to win. Or trying to lose. Not sure. Takes. Half a chance maybe for White? Or not really?
Then Queen E5, Queen G5 idea, yeah? Okay, if I play Rook B3, what's happening?
Rook B3?
Preparing this or that. If Queen E5, then Rook G6.
Yeah, you can do that, yeah. Queen D8 maybe, I don't know. I don't think David would do this.
Rook G6. So maybe check. And he can still accept the draw here.
Right, yeah.
But if he wants to continue, he can play Queen D8.
I really don't think this is going to happen. But
and I believe that even after Rook F3, finally he will have to take the draw.
well, David there looks like he's still calculating. We see him there very focused on his game. We're going to take a very short break, Anna, and then we will come back and see the conclusion, we assume, conclusion of that game. And David Hall there playing against Vincent Kaymer from Germany. And a few other games still going as well, so we'll catch up with those results. And we'll see you all in just a couple.
Welcome everyone. This is the Speed Chess Championship finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen. It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor. Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
And welcome back, everyone. I am Anna Muzychuk here with Stuart Conquest, and we believe we are actually approaching the end of this tournament. It's just one game, which is actually very interesting for us in terms of who will get the second spot for the candidates, and this is the game between David Howell and Vincent Keimer. We are actually expecting a draw in this game, but David is trying to find some chances. He already refused a draw offered by Vincent
a few minutes ago.
But to be honest, we can't really find any real chances in this game.
And he's also down, it looks like, to about 6 minutes, Anna, to reach move 60. So they've played, what, 52 moves, I think?
So still 8 moves to go to the second time control. They have already, the players already repeated this position once. And F3 was not played, but it was something suggested
well,
from ourselves to continue the battle, after which actually the relation still remains equal. And I don't know if White really needs to go there.
No, I really think it's time to... he's played a move. Queen e7, is it? Looks like Queen e7. After which perhaps Rook e4 will come again. Actually, David seemed to be looking at his score sheet there almost to check that he wasn't about to repeat 3 times, perhaps.
We had this position. Okay, this is one of the positions with the queen on e7. Otherwise, we didn't have the position with the queen on e7.
And Vincent has played his move.
I think Rook e4.
Ready. Rook e4, no surprises.
And what did White do?
Queen c5, I suppose, to keep
Still
his b-pawn defended.
It's very surprising that David keeps on playing that.
Isn't this also just a draw now with Rook c4? Where does the white queen go?
I have no idea where is he going to come with the king.
Rook c4.
Maybe he wants to put his queen on d2.
No, but after Rook c4, what does White play?
Yeah, how to get it even.
That I think would be just a draw. Rook c4, Queen e7, Rook e4 would be a draw by repetition.
Yeah, but he could just do it with Queen h8, Queen e8, or many other.
Of course, I understand. So, well, we keep the camera on David there against Vincent. There we are. Black's made a move.
So let's remind our viewers that we already have the winner of this event. It's Alireza Firouzja, who won the event and who got the first qualification spot. And we believe that Fabiano Caruana is also very close to
getting the second. That's right.
To take the second.
I think they're repeating moves here, Anna, as well, don't you? It looks like Rook e4, Rook c4, and there's an arbiter there as well. So this game.
Queen c5. Okay, so it's Rook c4 once.
It's about to finish.
If Rook c4 is played now, then it will be Rook c4 number 2.
So that would be.
And now Vincent will try to play for a win.
Do you think so? No. Surely
No,
not.
hopefully not.
Anyway, over Milan to you now for an interview.
Yes, thank you, Stuart. We're joined by Jessie February, who finished her game with Alina Bivol.
It was, oh my goodness.
Yes, against a 500 points higher rated player, we must say that.
500?
Yes,
I didn't know.
I saw you were 1857, she's like 2,307.
It's important to not look at the rating when you know.
But it was interesting that you had an upper hand in that game, and you were winning. So what went wrong in the end?
I think I got into time trouble. I was actually 2 pawns up at some stage, so I was really comfortable. Of course, there were some factors and things in my head that sort of held me back from executing a good finish, but also maybe I think it's a lack of experience and knowledge in the end game. So obviously it encourages me to work on those kind of end games in future.
But overall, you played a very good game against a significantly higher rated player. And overall, in these 11 days, you had to face players who are way more experienced and, well, frankly, stronger than you. When you look at these past 11 days, what's the highlight of the tournament for you?
I think I grew 5 years in these 11 days. No, honestly, as I mentioned in the previous interview as well, it's such a pleasure and honor to be here and being able to meet the players, but also seeing some old friends again and acquainting myself. It'll be nice to look forward to the next event. I guess it's the Olympiad. And the highlight of the tournament also, I guess, is that I really, really learned from my games. As much as I'd like to say, I could have played better and, I missed some tactics and whatever else, beyond the analysis and the recaps that I've been posting, I've been trying to, okay, it's hard to sit down with your loss and, evaluate what went wrong, and I guess it's emotionally taxing, but it helps you learn.
But also, I mean, we need to be aware of the context that obviously these are way more experienced players, so, have more opportunity to play than you did. So, how difficult is it when you sit in front of such players not to show them too much respect?
I think it's a matter of, that's a good question because I was going to mention it anyway. It's important to sort of see your opponent as your equal, as to not get psychologically overwhelmed or intimidated, because then you've already lost the game, psychologically at least. And whether you are very well prepared or whether you are not, it's almost like the game is over before it's begun. Okay. So it's important to, I guess, not look at your opponents at all. So for instance, I don't look at their ratings. I know the player, but just for the sake of I know they're higher rated, I'm not going to look at this and then prepare, yeah. Okay,
well, I'm sure that's good advice people who are at that level should take up. Thank you very much. It's been great having you. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Milan, and Jessie there, who did achieve a draw today, Anna. But it was a shame that she didn't win because, as we saw, she did have a one game there right close to the end.
She was really very close to win this game, and I think her mood would have been even better if she won the game, her last game. But still, after 10 losses, I think making a draw should be a good result.
Yeah.
At least considered to be a good result.
So, okay, so this game is still going on. David Howell, I don't really see
this never-ending game. Yeah.
Never-ending. I mean, queen's attacked. The queen has to go to e7, we think, to keep the b4 pawn defended.
But it has already been there.
It's already been there. And then rook e4, and it's just backwards and forwards, and that must be a threefold repetition if black wants it. And otherwise...
Yeah, we appreciate the fighting spirit, but when nothing is
up
happening...
up to a point,
I agree.
He's played queen d5, goodness me. David Howell, queen d5. What is all that about?
Look at Vincent, again?
Rook, queen d5. He wants to play after rook takes b4, he wants to play queen d2,
yeah,
and e4 check.
But he could bring the queen to d2 without sacrificing that pawn.
Goodness me. Queen d5.
No dinner for us.
No dinner for Vincent.
No dinner for us. And Howell
More to
doesn't
the
care.
point. If rook takes b4, Anna, what's he doing? He wants to play. He wants to play queen d2.
Let's say he wants to play.
No, sorry. Sorry. I mean.
Let's
yeah.
assume he wants to play.
What does he want?
He just wants to play.
He wants to play. Yeah, but is that his idea? And then rook
I think
e4.
after rook e4, he wants
F3
to
and then
play.
Bizarre, actually. I find that very, very strange decision. Would you have repeated moves there, Anna? You would have done, wouldn't you? I'm sure.
Long ago.
Long ago.
So if we are trying to build some real fortress
And then check.
without just any chances.
Remarkable that David doesn't just repeat moves. Even prepared to give up a pawn in order to keep the game somehow going, but
But I mean, there were all these funny reactions from Vincent the first time after, like, when he offered a draw and then David refused, and then he was like, what? And then there was a repetition, queen h8, queen a8, and then David plays something, and then Vincent was like, what? And after queen d7, it's again.
you know who this reminds me of? Valentina Gunina.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if, for example, in Gibraltar, as you know, in the Women's Grand Prix, just doing anything rather than make a draw. Just
But she
playing-
lost some of the games in this manner.
Well, that's
Like
right, she
the
lost some
game she
games.
lost against John Saya, and
That's right. As if there's something wrong with making a draw when the position is completely drawn.
look at Vincent.
He can't believe it.
He's like,
He
"Oh,
absolutely
where is
cannot
my
believe
chicken?
it. Where is my chicken?
How long should I sit here?
That's just a remarkable decision from David. It really is. Let's just go back to that's the position. There we are. Look at Vincent now. Queen d5. David has less time. He's something like 3 minutes to go until the. Well, he's only 3 moves from the time control. Queen d5, allowing black to take this pawn on b4. And the only reason can be the move queen d2. But it just makes, I don't know.
Is there any prize for the longest game in this tournament? For the game where you have made the, how to say, the highest number of moves.
Of moves or, yeah.
The longest game by time. Some prize for the fight in spirit.
Well, I mean, Vincent doesn't have to take that pawn on b4. He can just play a move like king h7, and then David will have to play something like queen d2, and we're sort of back where we were before.
But if you can take a pawn without almost no danger.
Those are the games. We should come back also to look at that game between Shugirov and Nikita Vityugov down on board 9. That was interesting, and all the other games there have been drawn.
Yeah, so, but fighting games, I would say.
Yeah.
Only one game finished too quickly, yeah, Alexei Shirov's game. All the others
right.
were really
Yes,
fighting
that's right.
And quite exciting, I would say. Well, in the women's section, there are many decisive games.
Shall we also check quickly on Nikita's game, Anna, which we think is still in progress? One of those top 10 games. And wow.
I would say this is more interesting.
Yeah, more interesting than
Let's
David's game.
calculate.
Where
So
did we leave it and what's happened?
We left it after rook d1, f5. Then bishop d2 was played, queen to d8, bishop e3, king to f6, rook to c1, and queen to d6. This is the current position.
So, yeah, so white has rook and bishop for queen. Black's king is in some danger. But maybe it's not as bad as it was for black. It looks...
It looks better than before.
It looks better than it did a while ago, certainly.
Yeah, now the queen came back. The king is in less danger, I would say, because with the king on e6 under this bishop.
And white's king can also be in danger. Black trying to open the e-file there.
Yeah.
And white down to 5 minutes, inside 5 minutes. Which move number are they on, Anna?
46, they are far away.
Far away from the time control at move 60. So anything could happen here. But white has less time.
Yeah.
And is down on material as well. So important moments here. They're playing, of course, for good prize money. Any chance for Grand Prix place for these players?
For Sanan and Nikita. They are on 6 out of 10, so if they win, well, unfortunately...
Probably not, I don't know. Certainly a good prize there.
Some small chances I would rate it like that.
And maybe even a chance for Grand Prix place, yeah. So it's white to play, and he's down to inside 4 minutes now. Should get off. To play a lot of moves, Anna. We said 14 moves or so.
So what can you suggest here?
Yeah, I don't know, actually. I really don't know what white should do.
If we play, let's say, bishop c5, queen f4, I want to make a draw already.
Bishop c5, okay, yeah.
Queen e5, I thought of rook d1 with the idea of bishop d4.
Okay. Or if queen f4, then bishop d4 check here is winning, isn't it?
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, I like bishop c5, yeah, good move.
So if queen e5, I thought about that.
There may even be a better move than that, but okay.
Which one?
I don't know, yeah.
Ah.
I see queen b2 check is the threat, I didn't see that. Vincent has not taken that pawn on b4, Anna, how about that?
He played rook e4. Okay.
Played rook e4.
So he just he doesn't want this idea with f3 to happen at all, and
Right.
maybe okay. Well, let's show this spectacular game.
Spectacular.
If queen d2, maybe he just wants to go for rook e6, and there is no f3
And
at
just
all.
prevent f2, f3.
It feels like he's already a bit angry.
Who's that? Vincent?
Vincent.
You think Vincent's angry? Hmm. Yeah. Hungry.
I think he's more angry than hungry.
Rook e4. Surprising he didn't take that pawn, though.
No, I mean, rook e4 is understandable. I mean, rook e4 is much more understandable than all these queen maneuvers.
Just saying, okay, here I am. What are you going to do?
What do you
Queen
want
back
from
to
me?
d2. We've been here before. Then black will move his king, I suppose. Or play rook e6, rather. You think, Anna? To prevent f3? Rook f6 to e6. Is he going to do it? And then what? Queen g5? Oh, sorry, queen d8. Yeah, he's played it.
Rook e6. Okay, at least Vincent's strategy I can understand.
A little look. He's still looking at his up at David there, as well.
So queen d8.
Sure, queen d8, and then I guess rook f6 again, maybe, or what?
I think rook f6.
Yeah. David down to 2 minutes. They're about to get to move 60. And then David gets what? They get an extra 15 minutes each?
Don't remind me about that.
There we go.
Let's move to Nikita's game.
happy to move back to Nikita's game, if you'd like.
Rook a7. I thought
Bishop
about that move. Rook a7.
Oh, rook a7.
Yeah, the idea to
Okay,
take.
to take on a6. Nice.
But I wasn't sure what's happening if.
Rook a7. Right. But then black can take
if
on
f
e4.
takes e4, I mean.
Or not.
Okay, d takes e4, rook a7 is a checkmate. I thought about f takes e4. And then I was a bit worried for this king.
David has played a move. Just show us the checkmate, Anna, after d takes e4. Rook check. And a nice checkmate. f3,
like
f4.
that.
Checkmate. Very nice. Very nice.
Well done. Okay, next line. F takes e4.
Right. And if rook takes a6, a bit risky, is it?
That's very risky.
No, I see. Check. And who knows?
And okay, we even have this rook c8.
Right. Is king takes f3 possible? King takes. Risky chess. Maybe.
So if d4 rook takes
d4 rook
e6,
it's quite funny, isn't it? Yeah.
king g4 and the king escapes.
King escapes, yeah.
And okay, what else if not rook to c8? Can we take on e3? Because the rook on c1 is unprotected,
you could try
so
to
maybe
take
there are
yes,
some
and then
ideas.
check somewhere.
Or what else?
Meanwhile, David Howell has played another move, king back to g2.
Maybe queen e5. Sacrificing this one. Oh, no, then you take with the rook from, like with this rook.
And we see Vincent there making his move as well.
I don't believe there are some major changes in that game.
So Nikita's game is certainly exciting.
Maybe rook c8. Yeah.
King g6 from Vincent. Rook c8 here, okay.
Preparing d4.
Yes, so bishop d4 check, I suppose.
Bishop d4 check.
But very sharp. And David stands up from the board.
So it means they reached move 60.
So we just catch up on that position. His
there
king
are
is on
some
f1 now.
updates in this game. So f takes e4, bishop d4 was played, king g5, and f4.
Trying to keep the position closed. f4.
King g4. Okay.
Right. Is that what he's played, Nikita?
Yeah.
King g4 already played. Threatening
queen to f4.
Queen takes f4, we imagine.
Yeah, so
or queen takes b4. In fact, the b4 pawn is also hanging.
I thought about queen f4, bishop e3. Maybe black still has to go rook to c8.
To defend the bishop.
And then both pawns are under the attack.
Okay.
But the king on g4 feels much safer than this position we saw a couple of moves ago with the king on e6.
Well, I agree. But it's kind of messy, isn't it? It's still... White has 2.5 minutes now, and it's quite a lot of moves to get to the time control. So that's an exciting game. David Howell's game is less exciting, but it's still going on. So there may be some drama there in a few moves. We'll see about that after the break. A very quick break now from Anna and myself, and we'll be back.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club arenas are the most flexible tournament format on Chess.com. Try one out today.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, Chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And welcome back, everyone, here live. I'm Stuart Conquest, with me Anna Muzychuk, and we're here on day 11, the final day of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. We have a winner of the Open, he's Alireza Firouzja. But we still have some games here in progress, Anna, and this is a very exciting one. It's Shugirov, white, versus Nikita Vichugov. And look at that black king on g4. Bishop d1, the last move. And both players are in time trouble as well, I believe. Which move number are they on?
51.
51. They have to get to move 60 before they get an additional 15 minutes.
And actually, it's not the final day. It's the final day of the tournament.
Final day of
but
the tournament,
tomorrow,
correct.
Tomorrow we'll have a Blitz
We
event,
have a Blitz
and we'll be commentating on it.
in honor of Mikhail Tal.
Yeah, indeed.
And
89th anniversary.
85th anniversary of the day after the Blitz would have been his birthday. And we'll be here to commentate, Anna, tomorrow. So lots to look forward to there. So and yeah, 9 double rounds, so 18 rounds.
18 rounds.
And they're playing 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increments. That's the
and
time control.
Fabian is going to play.
And Fabian's going to play, yeah.
He's not on the list of the participants yet, but he told us that after
on
the
the
game
interview,
he decided
that's what he
to
said.
play.
Yeah. And David Howe, I know, wants to play as well, but he'll have to finish this game first.
Maybe he will finish this game and then he will start the Blitz tournament. I think that's more or less his plan.
So what do we think Black should play here? And a bishop d1 from Shugirov. And wow, it's complete mayhem, a complete contrast with David's game.
You see some difference?
Well, I don't know what's going on here. What is going on?
The problem is that the check, maybe it's not even the threat, like king e1 or king f1 will be met by e2.
By e2, right. So
if we take?
Queen takes b4?
Just to take something.
Sure. Is rook takes c6 possible or not?
No, then the queen d2.
Oh, I see, and checkmate. No! Yeah, it's possible, you're right, yeah. Of course. So threatens queen d2 check. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that move? It looks good, doesn't it? Queen takes b4.
We just bishop e3.
Bishop takes e3, I think, yes.
Threatening king f1 or king d3.
Wow, what a position.
And if the king moves to h4, of course, there is rook h7 check mate.
Nikita down to about 2.5 minutes. White has about a minute left with plenty of moves to be played. Yeah, I agree. Queen takes b4, bishop takes e3.
So maybe white should be more, black should be more careful. What about queen e6, queen e4 idea?
Queen e6, attacking the white rook.
I'm just suggesting some. If this
right.
Queen e4, then
attacks g2 as well. That looks good. That does look very strong, I have to say. Queen e6, followed by queen e4.
So let's say white takes, we take on g2, check, e2, check.
Wow. What a game to end with.
No, it should be good for black. King f3, rook c3, king e4.
If the king can escape,
looks
sure. Then king e4. And
bishop c2, king d4, rook d3, king c4, rook c6, king b4, rook b3, king.
King runs all the way to the
no,
other side.
No, actually it's unclear.
Also king takes f4 maybe.
This king takes. Maybe you should have taken on f4 before making all that, because like this. And maybe it's a draw, king a5, rook a3. So after.
Has Nikita moved yet? No, he's now got inside a minute as well. To make a lot of moves.
If we just take. Rook check, king e4, rook check, king d3.
Which move did he play, Anna? I think something has happened.
He played, no, sorry. He played king h5.
King h5 he played. Wow. King h5. Not what we were thinking of.
If king d3 or bishop e3 now. Okay, bishop e3 now d4.
And
No, d4.
White has played a move. Yeah, both players have to play fast. They've had almost no time left. Down to about a minute a move or 30 seconds a move.
It was rook h7, king to g4. So if rook f7, we get the same position.
Maybe White's happy with the draw, but Black could certainly try other things. Let's see what White does. Presumably he's going to play rook f7, Anna.
We can try with rook g7, so that queen e6 doesn't come, with a tempo. But of course we have to consider then queen to f4.
White's played a move. What did he play?
I don't know. Oh no, they repeated twice.
Repeated moves.
It's
Maybe
the
they're going
second
to make
time
a
king
draw.
h5 was played.
Again, king h5. So it looks like White
if
can
we
now claim a draw, right?
Then d4, yeah.
Maybe the players are going to repeat moves. After an absolutely incredible fight, I have to say. Though we didn't follow this game move by move, but from what we've seen of it, it looked very exciting indeed. Maybe White was winning, yeah? We thought White had a good position a little bit earlier.
Earlier in this game?
Yes.
Yeah. It looked like there should have been something.
Doesn't look like either player's claimed a draw, though.
Okay, now with rook f7, White can claim.
Yeah, there's an arbiter standing there as well. Oh no, he's done something else. Did he take on e3?
I'm not sure.
I think he's played something else.
Fighting chess.
Yeah, absolutely. What did White play, or did he just repeat moves? Crazy position
Yeah,
here.
he took on e3.
He took on e3. Wow. Extremely brave move. This is move, Anna, move number 55, is it?
Yes, 55.
But Nikita's built his time up, getting 30 seconds a move there, repeating moves. King backwards and forwards. He's gained a bit of time on the clock. He's now down. He's got 2.5 minutes now.
Nice game.
Yeah, amazing game.
So if d4 or...
Let's try d4. King somewhere check. King f1. And then what? And then what? Well. Isn't Black doing well now?
rook f7, king e6, bishop b3, bishop d5.
Yeah, rook f7, that's right. King e6. Really crazy position here, and with no time left as well for either player. Absolutely any result is possible here. Bishop takes e3 was the last move played, yeah? He hasn't played d4 yet. That's the position. Looks like he's played d4, do you think?
And if we play king f5, okay, at the very least there's a check, yeah? He played d4.
You played d4, okay. White down to 30 seconds to make a reply. He's probably moved his king somewhere. Discover check. Which
King
move is he
F1,
played?
King F5.
King F1. King F5, of course. Now, what's white going to play? Bishop D2. But black should be doing well. He's played something.
If rook c5, black takes, yeah?
Rook c5 check, I guess black has to take, yeah.
He took on c6. Yeah,
Wow.
if takes, he's preparing rook f7, king is6.
Bishop b3, goodness
Bishop
me.
b3, king
Incredible
d6,
game.
rook f6.
Unbelievable game. Rook takes c6. Look at that, 1.5 minutes each. Last round. And a lot of prize money at stake here.
Yeah, both of these players on 6 out of 10 at the moment.
Rook takes c6. So let's have a quick look at it. If queen takes c6, rook f7 check. If king e4, bishop f3 check wins the queen.
So if here, then there is a check. King e6,
King e6,
maybe queen
bishop
c4.
b3. Oh yes, queen c4 check.
Then after takes.
Nice
so we
move.
are taking this
Very
and
nice
that.
move.
And maybe
And,
rook c7. Takes.
Well, yeah. What do you think? Nikita hasn't moved yet. Now he's done something.
What did he play?
I guess he's played king e6, no?
Yeah, king e6, bishop b3.
Okay, a few quick moves.
I think queen c4 has been played.
Has been played, right, okay.
Yeah, good.
Okay, check. And now another check. And after all this, who stands better?
Yeah, after all this, it's move 60. So they get additional 15 minutes.
Now it's move 60.
Now it's move 60.
Okay, and we see Nikita there
Yeah, so
getting
like
up. Yeah.
We did it.
In a kind of daze, probably. And after all this, it may yet end in a draw, this game.
But what a game.
Incredible, unbelievable position now with Black's king, all these checks and double checks, or discovered checks rather. Meanwhile, David Howell is still playing there in the other game that we've been...
we kind of pretend we don't
yeah, we
remember about it.
Let's have a quick look at David's game, see if anything is happening now.
Are you sure it's a good idea?
Let's have a quick look, come on, we have to keep up with this. Has anything much happened or not? Not really.
And it's the current position.
Is that the current position?
It's the current position.
And have they got to the time control?
I have a great idea.
Tell me.
Look, we are making a triangle here, and with the king on g2 and king on h6, we push f3, and then after rook e3, we have king f2.
I see. What's good about that? Show me.
Maybe it was even more tricky to start with king g1. I think this was more precise.
What's the plan?
The plan is to meet king h6 with f3. And after rook e3, we have king f2. And our king is closer to the center than black's king.
Right, that would be... what would happen then?
Still after f4, maybe
Black
g
has
takes
f4,
f4. And king to g6, if takes. King to f5. No, but here white can try with queen d5 and queen g5. And if rook e2, just this pawn endgame.
So kind of plan for white, bring his king to e2 and play f3.
Kind of a plan But it may be losing for white, this kind of plan. I mean, even if white waits, there is this g6 waiting move.
Sure, g6, and in fact, doesn't work, does it? But in the current position, well, he played king g2, then he went back to h2.
But black can play king h7 or king h6. Well, here king h6, of course, f3, black just take. And there is absolutely no idea.
And this is, which move number?
64.
64. No polls on the result of this game, Anna.
Please, no.
Look at Vincent there.
We already have the standings in the women's tournament.
Okay.
Late in Gia, the winner of the event, Lizzie is second and Zhuzhen are third, my sister fourth, Harika Donovali fifth, Lela Djikhishvili sixth, Olga Badelka seventh, then Alexandra Kostanyuk 8, Natalia Pogonina 9, and Bibisar Asobava has got 10th place. Great day for Lizzie. Winning the game.
That's right. She won the game.
Getting the norm.
And the title, and the GM title.
And the title, qualifying to the Grand Prix,
the Grand Prix as well.
Finishing second.
And winning a very good prize. Winning a very good prize. There we are. Those are the women's prizes. First prize, £20,000, goes of course to Lei Tingji. And then second, 16,500, third, 14,000, etc. Right the way down to 20th place, winning 2,000.
I think they're sharing the prizes.
I assume they're sharing
with
the prizes.
with the same points.
That's
so
right.
Elizabeth will have to share her prize with Zhuzhener.
And there we see the game that we can't let go of. David against Vincent.
The game that keeps us staying here.
And if either player were to win, he reaches 7.5 points, which would tie for second place with Fabiano Caruana and Grigori Oparin. So it's extremely unlikely we think that the game doesn't end a draw, but if it did not end a draw, then either player reaches a tie for second.
So far, 8 draws on the top 10 boards, but only one game ended in a relatively quick draw. It's
Right.
Gabriela Sagrissan against Alexei Shirov. It was theoretically a theoretical variation.
Yes.
Botvinnik, very sharp variation, but the draw, but ended in a draw. All the other games were all fighting games and quite long games. For example, Fabiano's game was really interesting.
It was indeed. It was a very good, and also Maxim's game
and also
against
Maxim's
Yangyi
game,
was a great game, very exciting. Okay, we could always have another look at the sort of the
King h7 has been played.
King h7. I was going to say maybe the sharpest moments, the key moments from one or two of those games, such as Maxim's game. While this game is still in progress. Nikita's game is sort of reached a calmer moment. Look at that, 9 out of 11 for Lei Tingji. What a performance.
Wonderful results, and once again, congratulations to Lei Tingji for winning this tournament and qualifying to the candidates.
And there we have the other points there. So Olga won her game, did she? She must have won.
Olga won her game.
She won that game against Daisy Corrie. And Alexandra Kostanyuk drawing. So this game, Anna, what do you think of Shukurov against Vitsugov now?
DTX3 has been played. Now Rook c4. And Rook c4 has been played.
Right. White's king ready to come to e2. If king d5, then rook c5 check, I suppose.
Yeah. Then bring the king to e2.
And then king to e2, of course. Yeah.
Looks a bit better for white. But likely to end in a draw, I agree.
David playing the mysterious king h1. I can see. Do you have any favorite games from this event? I know we've seen so many, it's hard now, isn't it, to sort of remember all of them? Or any highlights or special moments?
No, I remember quite many of them, but to name my favorite one, maybe I would say Alexander Paehtz,
the Queen Sacrifice game. Yeah. It was very special, wasn't it?
Not only the Queen Sacrifice, but also then how he attacked, even with some silent moves. So it wasn't very straightforward, not very direct.
Yeah, true. Well, many great games, of course, that we've seen, and
yeah, Caruana's game in the
Fabiana's
first
game,
round.
yeah.
This knight d5 sacrifice, also Shirov's knight d5 sacrifice
That's
against
right.
Adli.
Against Adli, correct, yeah. And also the games that meant that sort of decided this event, such as Fabiana's win over Alireza.
Very
so
complicated
important
game.
for the final standings. Big fight and very important victory for Fabiano. So, and in the women's event, we've just seen that one player dominate the field, really, Lei Tingji. With a fantastic result for her, 2800 plus performance, at least a day or two ago. I think she must have finished with that kind of performance as well. King d5 there. From Nikita. Probably rook c5 check.
Yeah, rook c5 very likely the most logical move in this position.
There we are, final standings in the open event. Alireza, as we've said already, 8 points out of 11.
I think they are not final. They are not final.
Well, I suppose not, yeah. Because David's still playing, of course. That would be if those games are drawn, I think, Anna.
Yes.
If the remaining 2 games are drawn, if David draws his game, and if this Shugirov versus Vityugov is drawn as well, as we think it may well be now, those would be the final standings. King h1 from David. What do you think is any ideas there?
I don't know.
Not really.
And what about this game? King d4?
King d4, all right.
Yeah, if
King e2, I think.
King e2, maybe rook f8. Can we do that? Something like rook c6, rook takes f4, rook d6.
Yeah. Those games there look
e5.
on the left, David against Vincent. And
I don't know, maybe taking this one.
Shugirov against Vityugov on the right. Are there other games still going on, Anna, in the tournament? On some of the other boards in the open?
Some other board. Alexander Gorechkin is still playing.
Okay, all right. She's got black here, and hey, well, she might win a second game here.
Yeah, yesterday she won. She won her first game in this tournament, and this one she's a pawn up.
Right.
Yeah, if she starts,
every
if she
chance
just
to
plays
win.
e5.
Yeah. This ought to be winning, I think.
And then knight e4.
All right, and then knight f6 maybe.
If bishop c6, well, we can just play.
Or just
like
king takes g4, no? Why not? King
I
takes
thought taking. Okay, we can also take. I wanted to keep the king on f4 and to take it with the knight.
Bring the knight round. Okay.
I think we can also do it this way. And then
all
even
right, well, this
e4. then, well, it was e4. We actually have to be careful. But my idea is to bring the king to e5, then knight c4, knight f5.
Okay, I'm sure if she gets the timing right, then she'll win this.
Yeah, but okay, e4 is not the best, not the most technical move. Maybe it's still winning, but you shouldn't rush with that.
Well,
she actually won.
She won already?
Yeah. Okay, good finish for
Great.
Alexandra Goretskina.
So she won her last 2 games?
Yeah, the tournament
Alexandra?
didn't go so well for her, but in the end she managed to win.
Very good. Very good. Okay.
And what else do we have? We have this. Okay, it's a draw.
Right.
With rook b4 with almost any move.
Okay.
And
to check from the side.
This one. A player from Madagascar.
Madagascar, the
with
only
the white pieces.
international master in the tournament. Any winning chances?
It looks like a draw. Because this bishop is controlling everything. Just everything.
So if white plays king e5.
Yeah, this is the only chance.
Then bishop c2 maybe.
Bishop c2, g7, king f7, bishop f8, and then bring this pawn, yeah?
Right.
So maybe just...
How should black draw?
but this, then again.
How should black draw this game?
Maybe bishop h7.
Mm-hmm.
But then I don't really need to... Or do I? Yeah, maybe I need to play bishop c2, otherwise d5.
That was what I was right about, that white plays d5 here, yeah.
So if I bring the bishop to h7 and then after this I play this and bring the bishop to g8. And this should be a draw.
This looks like a draw
and
now,
then
yes.
just keep the bishop on f7 and g8 and white can do nothing.
Correct, yeah.
But if... okay, if king e6 then here. Yeah, this bishop a7, bishop g8 may be an important maneuver. King d6, then king f7. I think it's also important that we have this one.
Okay, just to win the pawn.
Because if white can make it to move the pawn to d5, then the king to d6, it should be winning for white.
Yeah, because then bishop c3 defends the g pawn, yeah. All right. So
okay, bishop d2 was played, bishop c4, yeah, black is just waiting.
Okay. Maybe one final look at those 2 games, Anna, the 2 games that we can see on camera there. We also let's talk about the GM norms in the women's section. Well, norm plus title for Elizabeth, as we've said earlier. And Zhuzhina from China, I think it's her 2nd GM norm.
Yeah.
And Leila Yavakishvili with the GM norm. I'm not sure if that's her title or not. I think she needs to get to 2,500.
And Bibisara is the first norm for Bibisara Sabava from Kazakhstan.
Correct. So, and maybe some IM norms as well, I think, were also achieved. Daisy Corey, I think, made an IM norm. Vantika from India. And it looks like Jolanta Zavachka. And Lea Garifulina from Russia.
So congratulations to all these girls. No norms achieved in the open section because we have 107 grandmasters there.
Only this gentleman here from Madagascar could have made a GM norm.
Only this gentleman could make it, but I think he has no chances.
Should we have a very quick look just at these 2 games here before we leave? Those
here
are the projected standings. Sorry, if David Howell
makes a draw
and Vincent, if they draw that game, which we really think they're going to, then and the other game is drawn, then those will be the standings.
So Alireza Firouzja already the winner of this event,
right?
And then Fabiano will be 2nd, and Grigorio Parin finishing on the 3rd place.
So there we see. In the small diagram there on the screen, we can see that David Howell's game, nothing much has happened. He's played king f1. And the last
I
look-
think we saw this position 2
hours
hours ago.
2 hours ago. And Nikita, also a fairly level rook ending. Can we see that position, Anna, or not? Just quickly, please.
This one. No, sorry, it was the analysis, and rook c5 has been
Rook c5
played.
check has been played, all right. And we think it's
expected king
pretty
d4.
level. Also, tomorrow, Anna, we have something very special.
A blitz event.
Blitz event.
Lindorus Abbey Riga Blitz event,
Right.
which will be dedicated to 85th anniversary of Michal Tal.
Right.
So we are all waiting for you to come tomorrow, but please pay attention to the fact that the Blitz tournament will start earlier, 3 hours earlier than usual. So the tournament starts at 11
o'clock.
11 a.m. local time, what is actually 10 a.m. Central European time.
Right, and yeah, so most of the top players, we think, will be playing.
Yeah, and men will play with women, so there will be no separate tournament for women, but there will be prizes for the best female participants.
And 18 rounds, Anna, so 9 double rounds, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per player per game. So lots of excitement to come tomorrow, and we'll be here to talk you through that, and we'll have some more interviews, we hope, and videos and so on. So
a lot of fun.
A lot of fun tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of fun tomorrow.
And maybe you and I, maybe we'll have a blitz game or two as well, Anna. We'll see. We could have a blitz game, maybe.
Maybe.
If you like.
Maybe. If you like,
I like.
maybe we will have it. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching very much.
Thanks to our team.
Yes.
So same team, same place, just a different time. We are hoping to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time. Thanks for watching.
Welcome, welcome everyone. This is the Speed Chess Championship finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen.
It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor. Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.